It's like we're back in the studio.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona knife. Never fear, though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah.
You think? This is not mine.
Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
Text
All right,
round
Todd.
robin. Questions, comments, wagers, give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757 354 5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Get me down on people, my praises on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing blue red lights. I'd rather see the college have some fun.
After a long Saturday of football, here we go all over again with a Sunday edition of the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network. The Round Robin, which airs every Sunday morning live at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Running a couple of minutes late this morning. I apologize. After that late night Rams 13-9 win over the Cardinals. And if you're new to the show, here is the point of it. Basically, we want to bring you live content for all your wagering needs first thing in the morning and all morning long. So back in the day when I would drive around looking for live content to get my groove on for wagering action, it just was unavailable. So me being a media professional decided to launch this network and provide the viewers and listeners with the content that I lacked. So what we do is we come on first thing in the morning. We get the fresh lines. We get the weather updates that gets us prepped. And then we start talking about every game, every angle on the board all morning long. So whether you are driving the interstates, traveling, whether you are sitting on your back porch watching the sunrise, reading your paper, drinking your coffee, if you have to do some cleaning around the house, you just put your phone in your pocket and listen and carry along. We are with you all morning long to bring you NFL action, gambling, and some winners, hopefully. In fact, on our Instagram story, we went ahead and posted our winner from yesterday. How about that? A little Anthony Ant-Man inspired with Marvin Mims Jr. for a touchdown, T. Higgins for a touchdown, and 80 yards is what I played for each of those guys. And that was a nice little winning $15 ticket to win just over $600. Nothing super crazy, but that gives us at least a free roll for the week. And I guess if we count the games before Wednesday and Thursday, I guess, yeah. I mean, I think we're at least a push. You can't say we're going to lose this week with the small winner yesterday. It'd be nice to add on to that today with the slate of games that we have and try to get some good winners on board for everybody. Our record for the season, now that we are in week 17, the previous weekends, and we go by the winning of the weekend, not per se with the bets, but we are 10 wins, 3 losses, and 3 ties. That is the official number. I think I said 11-3-3 yesterday, but that math does not add up. It is 10-3-3. And at worst, we will be 10-3-4 after the day today. All right, and when I say every angle, we do look at every angle. Quarterback, rushing yards, running back, receive yards, alternate lines. In fact, we'll have time this morning on the art of making tickets. That's a segment we've been doing lately. We will do some alternate line tickets and give you a nice little lesson on how to build those tickets. And if you built tickets with us in the previous weeks, I mean, we built some good ones that are very much alive. If you played along, you've definitely at least got some entertainment out of it and maybe even collected a few bucks if you modified it the right way on your end. So a lot to get to this morning. We do have 6 games in the book, so that does shorten the slate quite some bit for us. We only have 2 games in the late 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific window today. That's the Packers game and the Dolphins game. And we'll have the normal range of 1 p.m. games for the most part. Missing 1 or 2. Let's see. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games on at 1 o'clock. All right. So we'll be able to, with our 5 TVs in studio in the sports lounge, we should be in good shape to be able to watch whatever we need to watch. And some of these games have, you look at them from the outside looking in, like, man, what do I want to do with this game? I promise you there are angles on every one of these games that we can get to that will make them exciting and perhaps very profit worthy. We'll just get through all that as we go through the morning. All right, so I'll go through the lines and the weather now, and then we'll get Dave Del Grande from Castro Valley, California, the San Francisco Bay Area. We'll get him on board. We'll have an hour and a half conversation with him about the games this afternoon. We'll come back. We'll do the art of making tickets, and then we'll bring Nephew Dave in here, and we'll discuss did we do Survivor Pool yesterday? I think we did Survivor Pool yesterday. So we'll revisit that for a minute, and then we'll go ahead and go through the whole slate of action for this afternoon. The Ant-Man, will also get him involved today as well. I watched the bulk of the games with him yesterday. And yeah, let's do a quick recap of those. Let's just remind everyone where we stand. Again, the Wednesday games, Kansas City and Baltimore, easy winners. They look like the strength of the AFC for sure. On Thursday night, Chicago and Seattle, a 6-3 win by Seattle, which they are holding on for dear life. The Rams can actually clinch a playoff spot today if they get 3 wins out of 5 different teams today with a strength of schedule. We'll go through that a little bit more. But 6-3 winners for Seattle. And then yesterday, my Patriots get throttled 40-7. I thought they were There we go. My camera disappeared, which leads me to think that my expensive internet is dropping out a little bit here and there. I've noticed. But my Patriots get throttled at the hands of the Chargers, 40-7. We come back. We love T. Higgins for 2 touchdowns. How about that? He gets his 2. And then, in fact, not only did he do that, he got 3. He gets 3 touchdowns and the game winner for the Bengals as they beat the Broncos in a great game, 30-24 in overtime, a game that sputtered for the good part of the first half, but it picked it up in the second half. And the Bengals, they live to fight another day, winners 30-24 over the Broncos. Again, T. Higgins, who we like for 2 touchdowns, said it yesterday on the show, comes through. So hopefully you bet him straight at least. I had him parlayed with Kyron Williams for 2 touchdowns. Midway through the third quarter, I was getting a nice offer on the cash out, and I took it. The Rams, I don't know what's up with the Rams. They just do not super impress me on offense at all. They have all of these weapons. I don't know if it's Stafford. It has to be Stafford. I don't know if it's the play calling. I don't know what it is, but they have all these receivers. Said it yesterday. I get it. They want to line up in a pro formation. But at some point, and the Chargers did this yesterday, where are these empty set 5 wide receiver wide sets? I just don't get it with some of these NFL teams. Like, that's what the Patriots should be trying to do a little bit. They don't have a lot of good receivers, so put them all out there. Maybe you get 1 or 2 to get some freedom on their route. Excuse me, a little bit of a bronchial issue going on around the neighborhood. That's still lingering. Fun for all of us. But I just don't get how a lot of these coaches don't do this 5 wide receiver set, especially with the Rams with all their receivers. They should be able to send 5 guys out and make it really tough, really put pressure on the defenses, spread out the defense. Maybe that kind of opens things up for the running game when you do 4 wide receiver sets with the lone running back, etc. I just don't know why we don't see more 5 wide out there. And again, more delayed handoffs by the goal line. We saw some of that as well here recently, in recent days. All right, let's get the moral of the story is the Rams looks like they will win the NFC West at some point. The Seattle can get through the day with, let's see, I think here's what the Rams need. They need 3 wins out of Washington, San Francisco, Cleveland. Oh, man. There's the Bills, and there's one other team. We can look that up here at some point. All right, let's get to it because we actually have some we have some interesting stuff happening weather-wise for sure. Do we get rain in Philadelphia? That's going to be the question I need to answer myself here. Again, here I am playing weatherman on the air with fun for all, but very limited in our time this morning for prepping for the show here. But we do have weather in some of these other games. The line for Philadelphia. Do we get weather in Philadelphia? I think we stay clear for rain in Philly. Okay, no rain in Philly. The Eagles are -7, 38.5. The over-under is now up 0.5 point overnight. Again, Cooper Rush against Kenny Pickett is your quarterback matchup for this. No Anthony Richardson. So we actually talk about that a little bit with Dave Del Grande, but we interviewed him on Friday. So know that Flacco is now the quarterback, and that changes a lot. That makes all these wide receivers live for Indianapolis. The Colts can score some points here on the road, and the Giants. Can the Giants keep up? I think Flacco has a big day here. So the Colts -7.5, 40.5. This is the home of Flacco as well in New York, or one of his homes. So very familiar with the Meadowlands. The Colts over a touchdown favorite at the Meadowlands today. I don't think rain's an issue there. If it's not an issue in Philadelphia, it's probably not an issue in New York. And it looks like, just cloudy skies for these guys up in New York with the Colts coming in town 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. The Caesars Superdome will have shelter for the Raiders and Saints, so no weather issues there. Raiders -1.5, 37.5. Some sneaky angles on this game. Perhaps we'll get through it as we go. The Bills laying a big number, -9.5, 46.5 against the Jets. Do we get Buffalo weather today? That's a good question. Let's get a peek at the latest update for the weather in Buffalo. It looks like a good, solid chance of rain this afternoon with the Bills and the Jets. Total at 46.5, so 60% chance of showers. So that's one weather game we can look at. Another weather game will be in Jacksonville with the Titans and the Jags. The Jags are -1.5, 39.5. So weather appears to be an issue in that game. The Panthers and the Buccaneers, this game is in Tampa, not in Charlotte. So Tampa's the home team. I looked up the Charlotte weather. They get rain. We will have a slight chance of precipitation. So I like my over a little bit better now with the Buccaneers and the Panthers. 47.5. Buccaneers now laying 8.5 against a feisty Carolina team. Cleveland will be a weather game. Miami is in Cleveland, -3.5, 33.5 in that game. Minnesota under the dome with Green Bay, 1.5, 48.5 the line there. Tonight in D.C., Washington will host the Falcons. Let's see, weather for that scenario tonight should be clear. We got rain moving in at some point, I believe. It looks like late evening rain in Washington. So this is a weather game potentially as well with Washington and Atlanta. And then in San Francisco, we have the game tomorrow night with the Lions and the 49ers. Lions 3.5, 50.5. So your weather games we need to be aware of are this: Washington and Atlanta, Cleveland, Miami, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Buffalo, and the Jets. So that can make for a little bit of a sloppy Sunday and make things a little bit more interesting as well. All right, so I guess let's just get right to it. Nothing else to really recap. A couple of the bowl games were fun to watch yesterday. Good time watching the NFL. The Patriots get throttled. And we'll try to find some good gambling angles as we go through the morning. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get our man Dave Del Grande piped in here. He is a columnist at Field Level Media. He is a senior analyst with Stat Factor. He's the founder of Mr. Fantasy himself. He contributes to Deadspin, longtime team beat writer for the Golden State Warriors, and knowledgeable on everything NFL and wagering. So, part 2 of the weekend with our man, Dave Del Grande. Disclaimer, Richardson and our Anthony Richardson in our conversation today, we did not know that he would be benched for Flacco. So keep in mind, Flacco, your quarterback, not Richardson, when we get to discuss the Colts. All right, full Sunday slate of games with Dave Del Grande. Let's get right into it. I think I like the under in this game, Dave. We have a Dallas team who sends CD Lamb packing for the season. They're going to let his shoulder heal. So we have Cooper Rush. We have a bunch of number 3 receivers out there in Dowdle. We still have them going against the good Philly defense. And it looks like we're going to get Kenny Pickett, who's banged up as well for the Eagles. So there's no telling what happens if he goes to the bench here, as Hurts is not listed. It's Pickett against Rush. I mean, this tells you everything you need to know. The baseline passing yards for Pickett's 171.5. Rush is 194.5. I think any way you dice it, this is a lower scoring game. And you got to figure Barkley is going to be the workhorse here one way or the other. And in fact, I think that's probably going to be the main thing. He's minus 250 for a touchdown for Saquon. But I think overall a lower scoring game in Philadelphia. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't see how you skip points in this game.
Yeah.
I don't see how you get to either one of those passing totals. I mean, how in the world is Rush going to pass for 190 yards?
Yeah, right.
I mean, you don't have Lamb. Like you said, you don't really even have a second receiver on that team. You've got a bunch of, number 3 receivers. You got a decent tight end. You've got a running game that I think is overrated. I mean, Dallas was able to run the ball effectively in recent weeks, until they came up against a better opponent last week, and then they couldn't run the ball at all. I don't think Dowdle is, is a really good running back. It's not like they're going into this game saying, well, we're just going to plow Dowdle up the middle and hope to overpower Philadelphia's defense. No, I don't think so. But that said, you don't want to pass the ball either. And so, I mean, the saving grace in this game for Dallas, and Dallas has played very well, and they're improving on defense. The saving grace here for Dallas is that, guys, we don't have to put up 27 points to win this game. They don't have Hurts. They've got a worse quarterback than we do. And so Philly is going to be the team that tries to grind it out. And I just think Dallas's defense has played well enough in recent weeks where that's not going to happen. I mean, the points are going to be very hard to come by. And Dallas is one of these opportunistic pick six kind, defenses.
Right.
So you're not going to have your young quarterback throwing the ball crazily in a big game like this. You think you said low scoring. I mean, I totally agree there. I do not see where the points come from in this game. I'd be shocked if either quarterback got to his passing yards, especially Rush, whose total is higher for I'm not sure what reason. I mean, I guess because they don't, they can't run the balls. They're going to have to throw more often. That's not a good strategy.
Yeah, good luck against that
game like this, right? So, I think both quarterbacks are definitely under their passing totals in this game.
17-13, I could see this as the final. Dallas plus 7. You got to figure if it's a lower scoring game, 7's going to be too many points as well. Especially,
I agree. I think Dallas can win this game. it's for a change, they go into the game with the better quarterback.
Right.
Certainly, not only the better quarterback, but the one who's in a bit of a rhythm. They've been playing a lot better lately. Philly. It'd be one thing if Philly were playing a bad team, and you get your quarterback gets kind of a warm up game. But this is Dallas is. I think Dallas has been so impressive lately that I'm thinking about next season. I think Dallas is going to be one of the favorites going into next season with all the talent they have on their team. What's going to be interesting to see is, well, who's their coach going to be,
right?
And what are they going to do with the quarterback position? But defensively, they've got more good defensive players, I think, than any other team in the league.
Yeah, if they just add a few pieces that can round them out, perhaps.
They do, again, they've got questions. Hopefully they haven't fallen in love with this running back, who wasn't giving them anything for the first 10 weeks of the season. But, and obviously they could be nice to throw a real nice number 2 receiver,
right?
With Lamb,
right?
But anyway, that's next year. I think Dallas got a really good chance to win this game, and yes, it should be very low scoring.
What makes him even more dangerous is they just have nothing to lose. It's almost like they're playing with house money. They can play without a care in the world. They don't have the stress of playoff seeding or anything like that. Where the Eagles do, and they may fold under that pressure with the backup quarterback a little bit, maybe. Okay, let's try to stick to the same theme because I don't think we get many points in the Meadowlands either with the Colts and the Giants. The Giants are so bad, it's not even funny. That's how bad they are, is the fact that the Colts are a 7.5-point favorite here. Although the Colts were impressive against Tennessee before they let them creep back into that game last week. But colder game, Colts on the road here against the Giants team who can play a little bit of defense, maybe, but they don't have any offense. 40.5 seems too much in this game as well. So I don't see points here either, right?
Well, I think Indy should dominate this game. And because it's just one of those games where when you're playing a bad team and you're able to just run the ball, because that's your strength. And eventually the bad team just cashes it in, whether they're trying to lose or not on purpose, that's another thing. But Indy's they're not going to change the game plan at all this week because they're playing a bad team. This is the way Indy plays, and Taylor is as much of a workhorse as there is now in the NFL. You got a quarterback who's as good a running quarterback as there is. They will never have to throw the ball in this game in order to win this game 27-7 or 27-3 or something. Right. And so I think that I think both Taylor and Richardson are very live props, probably in multiple areas.
Let's see. Taylor minus 160 for a touchdown. Richardson is at minus 125 for a touchdown. Rushing yards. I'm going to have to click on sportsbook number 2 right here. Let's see what we get for them there. As they are all.
Taylor's got to be close to 100.
Right. Rushing props. Jonathan Taylor is at 102.5. Richardson is at 44.5.
I mean,
that's pretty obvious.
I like everything.
All right.
I mean, I just, like I said, there's no reason for them to do anything else in this game. The Giants, I mean, it'd be one thing if the Giants had Daniel Jones and Neighbors was healthy, and they had a little passing game, a little momentum going in their passing game, and then okay, well, Colts aren't going to just run the ball and punt it because the Giants are going to be able to put up 17 points somehow. I don't see that happening in this game. Even Neighbors hasn't been practicing with a toe injury. You take him off the field, or at least not at 100%, and you got a really bad offense becomes really, really, really bad. Possible shutout opponent, and especially when the other team is running the ball 5-7 yards at a clip. The clock keeps rolling. It's just this game. This game got blowout written all over it. Now, the only negative here is, am I correct that the Colts could be eliminated from playoff contention by what happens on Saturday?
Right.
And so that I'm not sure that's going to be as big a factor as some will believe, because they've practiced all week thinking, well, Cincinnati's going to beat Denver, and that's going to keep us in this thing. And so it's not like, well, if Carolina beats Detroit, then we're still in it, ha ha ha, and why are we even showing up to practice today? We're out of it. No, that's not the case. All week long they've gone by the premise that we're not only are we still in this, but after Saturday's results, we're really going to be in this. We can't let this game slip away, so that if it gets to Sunday and Denver has won and the balloon has burst on Indy, well, they've practiced all week hard and they're ready to play a good game, even though emotionally they wouldn't be in it 100%. So I still think that regardless of how the results turn out Saturday, that you're going to get a good effort here from Indy. You're not from the Giants.
All right. For the sake of easiness on my the primary sports book, do you want to throw on Taylor and Richardson both for a touchdown on the primary ticket?
Let's review at the end where we stand.
Okay. All right. Let's just get all these bad games out of the way while we're on the roll here. And that would be the Raiders and the Saints. Wow, the Saints, the only team to be shut out this season. That was about as easy as the winner, 2 on Monday night with Green Bay. You could have taken them the alt line all the way up to minus 31 or 32 or whatever it would be for a nice payout. And they would have covered against Spencer Rattler. I think you have a little better quarterback here on the side of the Raiders, and they have Bowers. So if you're forcing me to take anything in this game, I think I like the Raiders. They seem to be playing a little bit harder down the stretch here. Rattler's not good. In fact, he's really bad. This is a stay away altogether, probably. But at least the Raiders have Bowers. Over under 37.5 in this game. Any opinions here?
Actually, yes. I gotta believe that the Saints, as you mentioned, their result on Monday night was totally predictable. And I don't think I would necessarily draw any conclusions from that game. Rather, I'd look at this game as, okay, you've got two bad teams, and who has more incentive to win this game? I just think Saints were embarrassed by this game Monday night. I think they come back here at home,
Interesting.
and they're going to play better at home. They're playing one of the worst teams in the league. This is a game they should win. And neither team's really got anything to play for. Neither team's got anything really going offensively. I just think that the Saints will find a way defensively to make a big play that the Raiders probably won't be able to make. I think in fantasy this week, a big wild card is Miller, because they've got to, if the Saints are going to win this game, they've got to run the ball and run the ball effectively. Miller is going to be the guy running the ball for them. This is his big opportunity. People thought, well, he's getting a big opportunity against the Packers. Well, they gave up on the running game really early in that game. I wouldn't draw any conclusions from that game. but rather say, if you were going to get your big opportunity to run the ball 15 to 20 times, who would you rather have as the opponent? Where would you rather have this game played? I think Miller could have a really big game here. He could be a wild card in a fantasy playoff game where,
Right.
wow, you know,
Yeah.
why is my opponent playing Miller in this game? Well, it's because they're playing the Raiders, and they're not going to throw the ball effectively. And the Raiders don't have that on their side. And so you're right that the Raiders have an edge in the quarterback. But you'd rather have the edge in a running back in a game of, you know, two bad teams going back and forth with each other. So I think that Miller could be a very, very sneaky play in this game.
Well, we'll have to get to fantasy about that, actually. Is he even available in my league? Kendra Miller. Someone smarter than me, they'd scooped him up.
Yeah, I'm not
At some
surprised
point.
because, you know, I mean, there's been, he has a reputation that he's a better back than he's been given the opportunity because he's been playing behind Kamara. You know, nobody be playing a whole month. You know, when you're playing behind a guy like Kamara that is as good catching the ball as he is running the ball, well, then you get no opportunity, you know, unless the coach really goes out of his way. And why would you if you have Kamara? So he hasn't gotten the opportunity. Although people, you know, a lot of people think this guy's got a lot of talent. He just hasn't shown it yet. And then, you know, there you got the headlines going into the Monday game. Ooh, you know, Miller's finally going to get his opportunity. But, you know, and so I could see where people rushed to pick him up. But if they played him last Monday, that was a huge mistake.
Right.
This is the week, you know, what you wanted to see last Monday was hopefully, we'll give him 12 to 14 carries. And even though we know it's not going far against Green Bay, at least it establishes the fact that when we play the Raiders next week, we're going to give this guy 18 to 20 carries. Well, unfortunately, that didn't happen in the Green Bay game because they gave up on the running game real early. But I still think he's there. They don't have a second option, really. And I think that you're going to see him get his 12 to 15 carries at least. Now, things are going well early on in this game. And you know the Raiders. I mean, they can go south in a hurry. I don't know. I just think New Orleans playing at home, embarrassed the crowd. You don't want this to turn into what the Chicago game turned into Thursday night, where the fans are booing you and they've got their bags over their head and what have you. This is what I would call a proud franchise, and a team that's got good enough on defense that they're going to they're not just going to get steamrolled like they did in the Green Bay game. So I think that Miller, I think Miller could be a difference maker, certainly in fantasy this week.
The only number I can get for him is plus 140 for a touchdown. Everything in both books for the most part is off the board. That makes sense though. Maybe even for two on a sneaky greedy play.
Yeah,
Agreed. All right, I like
how
that.
else are they going to score? They got no quarterback. And you would say, well, that's going to work against their running back because you know they're going to have to run the ball. True, but the Raiders, I mean, this is just two bad teams where one team maybe we'll try a little harder than the other. I mean, the Raiders heard a lot about why in the world did you even try to win last week? You had the number 2 pick in the draft. You blew it. Now you don't get your quarterback. Well, the last thing that they want to hear this week is, what? You did it again? Now you're picking 8th, and you don't even get a good running back. And so, I don't know. I just think that there's a lot more. While neither team has a whole lot to play for, I just think you're going to see a better effort from the Saints in this game than you are from the Raiders.
All right. That makes sense. No one's going to bet on the Saints either. So that's why they probably are a good bet. Because when you're looking at all the games, who in their right mind would say, I'm going to bet on the Saints today? And then lo and behold, those are the bets that win. So that's why I kind of like that angle.
Yeah, the big, my biggest concern about will the Saints actually win this game is if they're behind, they've got no chance to get that winning score at the end. Whereas if they're ahead,
right,
the Raiders, as you noted, they've got the better quarterback. They've got a guy who's actually played and done some decent things. They've got the best receiver on the field. The Raiders do have the potential to drive down the field, to kick the winning field goal, or less likely score the winning touchdown. So I'd hate to see that happen. But I do think that's one thing that would kind of scare me off the Saints is they're winning 17-13 and the Raiders get the ball 3 minutes to go and they're able to pass the ball down the field. Right. So I'll just stick with my guys.
All right. One more very attractively bad game would be the Tennessee Titans at the Jaguars. Here, let's see, 39.5 the total. In this game, 1.5 is the spread in favor of the Jaguars. I mean, are these two teams just trying to get through this game and get out of there?
You would think so. I mean, I think there's going to be points scored in this game just because, both teams have a little something going offensively. Thomas has been very good of late for Jacksonville. And I talked about two Tennessee guys last week. And Okonkwo from the get-go was like, oh, man, did I look good?
Yeah, he did good out of the game.
Because, like, the first series of the game, they threw the ball to him twice. It's like, okay, this is what I wanted to see. And he ended up he didn't score a touchdown, but he ended up having a nice game, got a lot of targets for the second week in a row. But they weren't playing Spears at all. And I thought, you got to be kidding me. Why is Pollard in there? Meaningless game. Spears is coming off a nice game. Give him a chance. They didn't. Finally, midway through the third quarter, they gave him more of an opportunity. He ends up scoring 2 touchdowns. And so I don't, that scares me because, why wouldn't they just do the same thing this week? And I don't like it when a guy doesn't get a whole lot of touches. So I wouldn't, I'm not nearly as high on Spears this week as I was last week, but certainly Okonkwo is somebody who, like I said, in fantasy, if he's on your team, you've got to have him in your lineup this week. Pretty much no matter who else you have at tight end. Excuse me, short of maybe our Raider buddy. If he, by whatever chance, he's still on waivers in your fantasy league, well, he's an automatic pick up and plug and play kind of guy this weekend because they're throwing the ball 10 times to him. And they've got a new quarterback in there, and the new quarterback, he likes throwing to the tight end. You got to love that. So he's between him and Thomas this week, you got two pass catchers who should have nice games. So for a bad game, this really shouldn't be the Raiders and Saints level bad. This game was, you really should see both teams scoring 17 to 24 points in this game. And so I do think there's the potential for some entertainment here.
All right, so the hope for the over there. Let's see, Okonkwo, not available in my league. Now, I have Kittles. That'd be kind of a hard sell right there. But, Okonkwo is available. Would you play him over Kittles?
Well, I mean, I would. But that's a tough call. And again, what you don't want in fantasy at this point of the season, if you have an established guy who's he's gotten me here, the last thing you want to do is outthink yourself. well, let's take him out and let's put in this hot shot guy off the waiver wire there. You know, the problem is while you're not doing that, the opponent is doing it. And next thing you know is, he's playing Okonkwo. I thought he had,
or somebody else.
Yeah, or the Dallas tight end.
Right.
Yes, I'm tired of seeing the Dallas Ferguson catch 5 passes a game. This guy catches 9 to 10 passes a game and is going to score a touchdown. Can Kittle do better than that against the Lions? Well, certainly he could. But there are very few tight ends, playing right now where I would say I'd take him ahead of this guy, just because other than Bowers, this guy's going to get the second most targets among tight ends this week. Right? Etch that in stone.
Okay. Let's see here. Last of the 2 more games. I think we can get a lot of points in this one, actually. Tampa Bay and Carolina, 47.5. The Buccaneers are a naturally over team. So is Carolina. Both defenses will allow you to get points here. It's in Florida. Should be a nice day. But I can see over 47.5 flying by this number, especially since the way Carolina's been trending better on offense. And they've, in fact, get 33 points. Or 36 points, I think is what it was last week. So give me the over in this game. This is your obvious early fun game. Well, we got one more. It'll be interesting to see what you think about the Bills and the Jets in a second. But for a team Tampa who needs it, and Carolina's been playing hard, I think we can get an over here. And Carolina's get 8.5 points. That seems like a lot too.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that Tampa, what's coming with Tampa. Tampa scores a lot of points. They give up a lot of points. And Carolina, as you noted, is trending in a very good direction. Young is much improved. Thielen is back healthy, getting a lot of targets. And, Coker gives them a deep threat, which the Buccaneers – they put a lot of receivers in play for the opponent when they're playing them. And even if Tampa were to get ahead, this is a game where that's okay because Carolina wants to throw the ball anyway. I think that, McMillan has come on and done extremely well for Tampa Bay. I think he's a potential touchdown scorer in this game. I think Thielen's a touchdown scorer in this game. I think this is opposed to some of these other games that we've talked about. The weather's nice. You got 2 good offenses. You got 2 pretty bad defenses. Everything about this game says high scoring.
You get plus 154 for 2 touchdowns passing for Bryce Young. The Baker is choosed way to the other side, minus 184 for 2 touchdowns passing for him. What's your best prop in this game, do you think?
I think Thielen is the best offensive player in terms of numbers in this game. I think that, I think he'll catch upward of 7 passes. I think he's got a real good chance to get a touchdown. I'm guessing McMillan would probably be a better play to, a higher price, to get a touchdown. But I just think that, me, I like touches. And Thielen, he's been getting 8 to 10 targets in these games. And this is a weaker pass defense than Carolina's been seeing. So, and a team that could jump you 14-0 right off the get-go. And next thing you know, you're in complete passing mode, which, like I said, is a good thing against Tampa Bay. So I take Thielen over his number of catches. I think him over his number of yards. I'd look at him as a touchdown scorer, and I'd look at McMillan as a touchdown scorer.
Plus 210 for Thielen for a touchdown, plus 135 for McMillan for a touchdown.
Wow.
So that's the opposite of what you thought, I think.
Yeah, right.
56.5 is the baseline for Thielen for his yards. McMillan's 39.5 just for his. And Receptions wise, Thielen over 5.5 is plus 102 for catches.
That's a steal.
So
That's the best play I've heard so far today.
So we'll throw that on the primary ticket then, which right now is Thielen over 5.5 catches, Kyron Williams over 90.5 rushing yards, and we're debating a Taylor and Richardson.
Oh yeah,
touchdown.
no, we got we got several others that we've talked about. We need to get a pecking order before we put out 12 plays out there.
But the Thielen over 5.5, we'll throw.
Yeah,
that on
that's right.
All right. For greediness' sake, Thielen's due for a 2-touchdowner. Actually, if I think about it, 19-1 for 2 touchdowns for Thielen.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yep.
Yeah, because this is a game that the farther they fall behind, the more they throw, and this is their CeeDee Lamb. This is the guy they're going to keep throwing the ball to. As they fall, if they're behind 34-14, 6 minutes to go in the game, well, guess who's getting 4 more targets? So that you're hoping that Tampa has a big offensive game because that'll trigger a bigger offensive game from Carolina. And the way Tampa's played, nobody's stopping them these days.
Right. I'd be shocked if there's less than 60 points in this game, to be honest. This is 34-31 written all over it. Okay. Last game, Bills and the Jets. Let's see. The Bills are minus 9.5, 46.5. I'm hoping that, because we haven't heard much about it, that the quarterback for Buffalo, God, why am I fucking being an idiot? Josh Allen here. I'm hoping his hand is not screwed up. So if it's not, then I think we can get points in this game too. Because Rodgers has been competitive here with the Jets, although they lost to the Rams in what we thought would be a higher scoring game last week. But again, you got to think the Jets are going to put their best effort forward, you would think. I don't know. Can we get to 46.5 here? I'm trying to find a shootout. The good old-fashioned AFC East, Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen shootout. But half the time we kind of want that with Rodgers. We get a dud. But can we get it here?
I'm not confident in that.
Right.
The Jets, you keep. Even as Rodgers has played, by looking at his ratings, effectively in recent weeks, it's just nothing downfield. Adams had that monster game a couple of weeks ago out of nowhere. But for the most part,
that's against Jacksonville. We got to remember who that is.
Yeah, a lot of short passes and move the chain and the clock running and terrible weather, I'm sure, this week in Buffalo. I don't know. I just don't see nothing about any of that tells me 300-yard day for Rodgers in this game. And Buffalo's kind of, fallen back to earth here a little bit too in their offensive attack. And like you said, I don't know who the Jets play next week, but I can't believe that they'll even show up for that game. This is their last game for all intents and purposes. And so, at least for a while they can be competitive, I think they're going to give you an honest effort here. So I don't know. I don't see anything in this game.
James Cook for a touchdown is minus 140. I'll throw that out there. I feel like he would score one anyway in this type of game.
Well, you think Buffalo's going to win this game, and maybe comfortably. And if so, then yes, then you would think that they're not going to really want to put Allen in harm's way if they've got control of this game. And so even if they don't, you don't really want to take any chances. You're going to the playoffs anyway. I can see Cook getting that touchdown. If they score 3 touchdowns in this game, you would think him instead of Allen would get the rushing touchdown.
All right, and if they do pull ahead and call off the Dogs, you got to figure my man Ray Davis or Ty Johnson are alive again. Ray Davis plus 400, Ty Johnson plus 550 for a touchdown for those guys. Okay, all right. 2 games at the late slate. Miami 6.5 point favorite over Cleveland, 39.5. They may be out of it when it's all said and done after Saturday as well. But the Browns are bad with Thompson Robinson here. I mean, is this just another ugly game? 39.5 total? I mean, if the Dolphins have 0 to play for, then this could be kind of a slouch fest here, maybe.
I agree. I mean, this is different than the Indy game against the Giants. I think that Miami is just a flaky team. We've seen them play so poorly in bad weather games. They're not happy about being on the road, being at Cleveland, being on the grass, cold weather. This game. I mean, it's all we've seen this before. This is not going to be one of their 34-point explosions. And like you said, as opposed to Indy, I just think that if the results don't go Miami's way on Saturday, they're not going to show up on Sunday at all. I mean, they don't want to be at Cleveland. Cleveland, for all as bad a team that they are, they give you an honest effort on defense. And it's the last thing Miami wants to see. And so I think they could really lay an egg in this game. This could be a really, really ugly game if things don't go well on Saturday. Now, if things go well for them on Saturday and they got to win this game, I got to believe they have enough weapons to do that. I still don't think you're going to see, one of these big fireworks shows. So, there's too many uncertainties in this game to have much of an opinion.
All right, in the Green Bay Vikings game, this should be a good game. -1.5 for the Vikings, 48.5. I like the Packers. I think the NFC at this point is wide open, where the AFC, you can narrow it down to the Chiefs. You throw the Ravens in the mix. You throw the Bills in the mix. And that's probably it. NFC, much more wide open here. And I wouldn't be shocked to see Green Bay in the Super Bowl at the end of the day, just because of the way the Lions defense is going to be vulnerable. And the Packers, they seem to have gotten their bad football out, and they're starting to hit their stride just a little bit better. Granted, they've played some bad teams as of late, but that helps. Hey, if that helps your confidence, that's fine. A win in Minnesota would do everything in the world to keep their momentum top-notch here. Man, it's hard to believe the Vikings have only lost 2 games. That guy O'Connell's a fantastic coach, but so is the Packers with LaFleur. Great game, 48.5. Seems like it's going to be too low, but again, it's one of those games where you might get punch, counter punch, playoff type of atmosphere. So, when that happens, it's a lower scoring game. But I'll take a chance on the Packers here on the road. Good game. Vikings, I got to give them all the credit in the world for the way they performed this season. I'm just going to be a little bit more of a fan for the Green Bay here. And a good game to watch in the late slate overall.
Yes, very entertaining game. Probably the most entertaining game of the day. Yeah. Like you said, two teams that I think they're not similar, but they're similarly good. And what scares me about Green Bay and watching Green Bay a lot is they're a lot like Houston. They've got a quarterback who likes to throw the ball down the field, and in order to make that happen, you have to win the line of scrimmage. And Green Bay's offensive line is decent, but Minnesota's pass rush is really good. And if Minnesota can get a pass rush on Love, he's not going to be able to pass effectively down the field. They don't have, I don't know if they don't have, but they they don't try to throw the ball short all that often. And I just think it's a recipe for disaster when you're counting upon throwing the ball down the field against another team that's got a really good pass rush. So I wouldn't be surprised if Love were the one that made the big mistake in a close game, as opposed to Minnesota, who's more diverse offensively. They throw the ball to the back more. They throw the ball to the tight end more. They've gotten their second receiver going, and yet they still retain the big gun on the outside in Jefferson as well. So I think Minnesota in this matchup at home has the edge. I expect Minnesota to win this game, but I do expect it to be close. And like I said, I'm not going to be surprised if the difference in this game is an interception or a sack and a fumble.
Right, one play
by the Minnesota defense, and whether that they take it in for a score or whether they set up that one extra touchdown, that one extra field goal, that in the end, wins it 26-23, because it is two teams that, indoors, fast surface, two good passing games, and even two good running games. A lot going offensively in this game. I just give Minnesota's defense the edge, and so I give them a slight edge in this game.
Minnesota plus 10 in turnover ratio, but the Packers plus 12. Sneaky good, that Green Bay defense as well. Maybe both quarterbacks could even throw a pick, to be honest, because we are talking Sam Darnold at the end of the day.
Yes, you are. Again, the difference is I just think that Minnesota's passing attack is more diverse. He won't throw the ball into trouble down the field as often as Love does. And I mean, look at the number of interceptions those two guys have thrown this season. I don't know what those numbers are, but I'm guessing it's maybe 2-1. And, Love has twice as many interceptions.
Let's see here. Green Bay has. Let's see. Oh yeah, I need to look at the actual stats here. Hold on.
Yeah. So anyway, I just think Love will put the ball in harm's way. If there were there's a lot of different ways you can go in this game. You would expect the big time performers to come through.
Right.
You would think Jefferson would get a touchdown some way, shape, or form in this game.
11 interceptions for Love.
And how many for Darnold?
Let's see here. Darnold is at 11 interceptions.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I'm wrong about that. Then I just think that I don't know. It just seems that to me, and Love has been my quarterback in fantasy this year. I love the way that he throws the ball down the field. It's just a lot of times he puts the ball out there and it's like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Among all the plays that are possible in this game, and I do think there's a lot of options offensively. I would take Love if there's will he throw an interception or not? Even money, I would say yes.
I won't write either one of these teams off to win the NFC either. Are you willing to write either one of them off?
No, absolutely not. Because, at this point, you have to say Philadelphia has really narrowed the gap if they haven't caught Detroit in terms of who should be the favorite right now. I think Detroit's shown a vulnerability with all of the injuries that they've had. Philadelphia seems to be, consistently good now. Presuming that Hurts is back next week and fine going into the playoffs. I think that Detroit has come back to the pack some. I think both of those teams, like I said, would be a co-favorite. You're not going to have the 49ers in there to worry about. And so, what you end up having is these second-level teams that would have to play like Green Bay last year, playing the 49ers right off the bat, in the playoffs, in order to get to this year, Philadelphia or Detroit, or maybe even both of them. You don't have that game this year. Instead of playing the 49ers in that game, you're going to be playing the Rams, or you're going to be playing Tampa. Now, those aren't terrible teams, but those are teams you can beat much more easily than, if you were playing the 49ers. And so I think that it's going to be easier to get to a game against the Lions.
Hey, Dave, I'm sorry.
Against the Eagles.
I'll be right back. Stand by. Finish your thought, and I'll be right back. Stand by.
I think it's going to be easier to get to that game against the Lions or against the Eagles than maybe it normally would. So I think that the teams coming from out of the pack, one of the non-two favorites, have a puncher's chance in the NFC. I'd certainly want to play Detroit or Philly much more than I want to play Kansas City right now. This is for a big game, will they turn conservative in this game? If this game were at Green Bay, I'd have a lot more concern because the weather might force you to play conservatively. This game being indoors, you don't have to worry about that. You've got both teams, with such a variety on offense where they can run it effectively, they can pass it effectively, they throw to their tight ends, they've got, confidence in their quarterbacks. I just think that this game can't help but be a high-scoring game.
All right. 48.5 is the baseline on that. Any particular prop you like?
I love to throw an interception.
All right. Love to throw an interception. We'll go ahead and throw that on our primary tickets, which is now up to 20-1. If we include Taylor and Richardson with a touchdown. On top of Kyren Williams, 90.5 yards. Adam Thielen over 5.5 receptions. All right. We have two rookie quarterbacks in the night game, which means a lot for both teams here, especially a lot more if Carolina can beat Tampa Bay. I mean, that's exactly what Atlanta wants. They're catching 4.5. 47.5 is the total. Washington, they've been a team who's been trending towards an over team. The Falcons have sputtered in recent weeks, but found new life with Michael Penix last week. Although it's two rookie quarterbacks, it only feels like there's only one rookie quarterback in this game because Daniels has been playing the whole time, and he's matured well beyond his years, to be honest. And for that fact, I like the Commanders at home here. Tough spot for the Dome team on the road. It'll probably be cold. Michael Penix is used to that playing in Indiana, so that shouldn't affect him too much before he went to Washington. It's not like Washington's a super warm oasis at the end of the day either. Let's be honest. The Pacific Coast, Washington, not DC, where this game is. But I'll take the Commanders at home. I'll just think that they have the better talent, probably the better coaches at the end of the day as well. If this game goes over, that won't surprise me. I could definitely see something like 34-20 with Washington winning this game. So give me the Commanders over the Falcons. What do you got in this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not convinced that the quarterback change makes that big a difference for Atlanta. Yeah, I mean, they had a nice little game last week, but it wasn't like they were firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, against the Giants.
Right. And this is a much, much, much tougher spot for them on the road. Big game for the young quarterback. And like you said, yeah, they're both young quarterbacks, but one of them's played a season and one hasn't, which makes a big difference. Washington's had by far the better season of the two teams. And, has to be considered the better team coming into this game, and has the more established quarterback. I think that this does not look good for Atlanta.
All right. Brian Robinson for a touchdown, just minus 135.
Yeah, that's you. you would think, well, again, you've got the quarterback that you have to worry about stealing touchdowns. But you mentioned this, that I don't see this as being a low scoring game by any means. The weather could keep the score down in some way, but I see Washington scoring at least 3 touchdowns in this game. And if so, well, then the quarterback can still get one, and Robinson gets his as well. So I think he'd be my pick to score a touchdown in this game.
He falls in the category of Jonathan Taylor, in which he had that bad week dropping the ball at the goal line, that they wanted to probably get him back involved and get him happy the next week. Well, Robinson Jr. fumbled twice last week. So you almost want to think that they want to get him back on track and get him happy, thus feed him the ball down by the goal line. So minus 135 for Robinson to go in the primary ticket?
Yes.
Why not? Okay. And Jaden Daniels is plus 105. Same with Terry McLaurin, plus 105. McLaurin's, what a year for him. Again, I've started to put him in that category with Chase. I mean, the guy, it doesn't matter what kind of coverage he has and who's guarding him. As good as the other guy is on the other side of the ball, he's just a little bit better, and he's going to beat you at the end of the day. So high praises for McLaurin, who's paid off several tickets this season for us.
And plus, when you have the quarterback who can get the ball to you in a variety of ways. In other words, he's a decent drop back quarterback, but when you have the more talented receiver and you're able to guard him sometimes, even in zone coverage for 3 seconds or 4 seconds, but once the quarterback escapes and buys himself that extra second or two, it's just much more difficult to hang with the superstar receiver for an extended period of time. And you're the defensive back. You're thinking, oh, man, I smothered this guy for three or 4 seconds. I look up. I think the play's over. Next thing you know, Daniels is scrambling, and oops, where'd my man go? And then there's that late throw to McLaurin for the long gainer. So, yeah, the quarterback really helps him.
All right. Any motivation for the 49ers on Monday night here? I mean, what a fall from grace for these guys. They're catching 3.5. 50.5 is the total. We know the Detroit defense is banged up. So what are we going to get out of your 49ers on Monday night?
I mean, I can't imagine you're going to get all that much. I mean, certainly, last week's effort was a terrible, disappointment for them. And I mean, there's no reason they should have just laid an egg like they did last week in that game against Miami. Had they won that game, then this week to me becomes a bigger game for them because they want to build momentum toward next season, demonstrate that this season wasn't a complete disaster. But win or lose this week, the season has been a complete disaster. And so, sure, they're going to show up, but they're showing up with a far inferior team to Detroit. And as everybody wants to say, oh, this is their Super Bowl. No, this is the 49ers. This isn't their Super Bowl. There is no Super Bowl this year. And Detroit just hits you with too many weapons. I mean, the 49ers pass defense has been really good, but this is one of those games where you've got the one team with the incentive, the other team with the no incentive. And so, the recipe to win that kind of game is by running the ball. And shockingly last week, I don't really get it. Campbell decided that, well, it's a good idea to give the ball to Gibbs, 20 times and throw him the ball a handful of times and put his health at risk when really it wasn't necessary. Even in this game here, why would you do that? Why would you, he's not a workhorse type of back, but you would have thought he was, given the number of times he ran last week. If that's the game plan again this week, I think it's a huge mistake. You know, if he gets injured, you've got no chance. With Montgomery already out, you got no chance to win the NFC. I would think that, I would hope that they would realize that and treat him more conservatively. But
Right.
that's not
They
the
use
way
them a
Campbell
lot.
plays.
Yeah, I know.
And the 49ers pass defense is good. So it's not like they can they can put a backup running back in there because they really don't have one. And it's not like they just come out and wing the ball because they, the 49ers pass defense is really good. So I think we're going to see a lot of Gibbs in this game. Again, in part because this is what the contenders do against the non-contenders. They just pound them with their big offensive line, and this is how you win a game like this. So, and Detroit should be able to win this game by playing like that. 49ers just don't have a whole lot of offensive weapons going anymore. They got no running game all of a sudden. They've got their offensive line is in a shambles. Obviously, they've never had Ayuk for a long time. So I don't see how the 49ers can match points in this game. I don't see how they can match emotion in this game. I just think that if you can't beat Miami, a very flawed Miami team last week, when you had a little something to play for, then counting upon pride, making the big difference against the best team in your conference, I don't see it. So I think that Detroit, should be able to win this game. I think Gibbs is going to have a big game.
Our man, Sion Vaki, you gave him a chance this week?
Well, disappointed we didn't see more of him last week. This game here, I think you never know with Campbell, who he's going to feature in any particular game. But I would have thought that last week in a game that they projected to win a lot more comfortably than this week would have been the week to kind of fool around and try different things. I don't think there's this is going to be the game to try something like that. So, and of course, as soon as you say that, then he surprises you with his goofy fake punt on the first possession of the game. So I'm going to go with Gibbs this game.
All right, put Gibbs on our touchdown list. He is minus, again, another big favorite, but that's fine. Minus 260. You want to throw him on there?
Wow, what's his yardage numbers?
Let's see here. 95.5. Attempts, 20.5.
Yeah, those are monster numbers against a pretty decent team.
Right.
Sure, we got to throw him on for a touchdown.
All right, so we'll throw him on for a touchdown. All right, so that is right now we have, if we want to keep Taylor and Richardson on here, Kyron Williams 90.5 rushing yards over, Thielen over 5.5 receptions, Robinson Jr. for a touchdown, Gibbs for a touchdown, and Love for an interception. That is at 54-1.
Yeah, I would switch Richardson's. I think his rushing total is better than his touchdown total. I think both are good. All right, you know what? Let's keep it as it is. But on a secondary ticket,
right?
I think that what I'd put on a secondary ticket would be Williams over his attempts, over 20.5 attempts.
Right.
Rush under his passing number. And then I'd put Richardson over his rushing total with 44.5, I think you said.
Yeah.
Give me Miller for a TD. You didn't tell me what Okonkwo's, did he have any
let's see here.
Receptions or yardage numbers?
Let's see here.
You really got me thinking about playing Okonkwo over Kittle now. They could pull the plug on Kittle at any point in that game too. You know?
All right. Well, that's not Shanahan's style.
Okay.
So he's more excited about this game, I'm sure, than the players are. And in large part because I'm sure he's a lot more disappointed about last week's game than they are. Well, that was just a terrible game last week.
Okonkwo's 3-1 for a touchdown. His baseline is at, it's going to be pretty low, 36.5, and I can get 2-1 for 50 yards or more.
I like it. Because he's going to get, 9 or 10 targets. Mm-hmm. And targets to him don't mean, well, throw the ball 30 yards down the field and we got a 25% chance of completing it. No, it's short stuff, typical tight end stuff where you throw the ball to him, he's catching it 80% of the time. He gets 7 or 8 catches at 50 yards. I think that, like I said, the new quarterback has gone in there. He's seeking out his tight end. This should be a high-scoring game. I like it. I definitely take that over the 50 yards.
Let's see here. Super greedy wise, 70 yards is plus 540.
Well, again, we're talking about a guy who he's not going to catch a 45-yard pass. That's going to get you to that number quickly. He's going to have to.
Well, it is the Jacksonville secondary, so maybe. Maybe.
But so there were a lot of I'd certainly look at on a greedy ticket. We talked about Williams, getting multiple touchdowns, and you might even look at Miller as a big time surprise, getting multiple touchdowns. There's greedy options, there's medium greed, and there's gutless items. So there's a nice menu this week.
2 touchdowns for Okonkwo, 31-1. I think we mentioned that. Okay.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's a nice greedy, addition with with Williams 3 TDs and Okonkwo 2 TDs. That's you want to tag on, one other thing to that, of your choice. You might even look at McLaurin for 2 TDs, throw that all together and cash your big ticket.
Round robin style, we could add Thielen to that ticket, right? And then let's see. Who else? Give me a 5th 2 touchdown scorer, perhaps. I mean, Jonathan Taylor, right?
But you're not going to get much of a price.
Right. But still good enough. What is the Taylor for 2 touchdowns? Let's see. As long as he's 5-1 or better, which he's low enough he's 4-1. Richardson would be 5-1 for their 2 touchdowns. Either way, you could probably play them.
You're right. 4-1 for Taylor 2 touchdowns is a nice price.
You could actually play them both and then play them with everybody else and hope one of those guys gets 2. And then that would be 2 separate tickets, like you kind of designed your primary ticket. And you'd have the rest to try to go along with it. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna have to play around with that.
I'll leave that part to the mixing and matching to you.
Right. Okay, yeah, this is a tough slate this week. I think I like the spreads and the totals better than the props overall, at least from my notes that I've taken so far. So we will dissect some more of this. All right, fantasy wise, is your son in it still, or is he out of it?
He in fact, we're underway here in the championship game. He caught a break in the semifinals, the 2-week semifinals, that his opponent had 3 Rams. We talked about this last week. He went all in on the Rams this season with Williams and Nakua and Kupp, and it worked out for him. He had the highest scoring team in the league, and he had some other good players as well. But the Rams the last 2 weeks have not done much at all. I mean, obviously you had the Jets game in there where they scored very little, and so those 3 guys, combined for maybe 30 or 40 points each of the 2 matchups. And whereas they've been scoring, 50 or 60 points all season long. And so that put him in a big hole. When you've got 3 guys playing, that's a 30-year roster, and they're scoring 20 points below their projection. It's hard to, it's hard to catch up with that, especially when the other team is, firing as his, he's got the Lions. Well, now he's got them without Montgomery, but Gibbs and Goff was the MVP of the first round of the playoffs. I mean, he had 2 incredible games. And then, Gibbs carried the ball like crazy last week. So he now goes into the finals where the opponent is really good. And there's been some interesting results already. Not what you would have expected. The opponent had, I'm trying to think of the games that have already been played. So he had the Ravens defense, which did really well. The opponent had Jackson, who did averagely well. But the opponent had Seattle's defense, which did incredibly well, but also had Smith Najigba, who didn't do particularly well. So he's behind early on, but the other guys had 4 guys play already. 2 have done well, 2 have done poorly. So it's encouraging, but he's lost. He's lost Montgomery obviously now, and he's in a 14-team league where the depth in these leagues isn't great. So he played Shakir at flex last week. Shakir hasn't done much the last couple of weeks. He may have to go in a different direction this week. But he has Miller on his roster. Do you roll the dice and throw Miller in there at the flex position, or do you go with Shakir and go with more of a sure thing? That'll be his big decision this week.
All right, I have some decisions to make myself here, so let's see if we can figure it out. Quarterback's not going to be one of them. I have Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix, so Daniels is the obvious choice there. I'm going to be stuck in my running backs since Kenneth Walker III got hurt, and I did not use Jalen Warren. Actually, he's been cut, so he's out of the mix anyway. So I got Chase Brown and Jacobs. I'm as good as it gets there. And then it gets interesting, a wide receiver for me. Initially, I had slated in my combo of A.J. Brown and Garrett Wilson, who's been pretty good, but I'm questioning that now. Just the way Philadelphia, I mean, what are they going to give you on Sunday? So I guess I got to keep A.J. Brown in there, but my other options are at wide receiver are Thielen and Brian Thomas Jr., and I almost want to go to both of those guys, to be honest.
Yeah, that's right. Those are 2 very intriguing options. And as opposed to 2, this is what makes the playoffs intriguing. Do you want to stick with the guys who got you there, or you want to go with the guys with the better matchup? It's nice when you're in a situation where you got a 2-week thing like my son does, so that if you take a chance on a guy like Miller this week and it totally flames out on you and you end up losing this week by 10 points, well, it doesn't really matter because you've got next week. You're not in that position. You don't get a second shot at it. It's all or nothing. So it'd be very difficult for me to take Brown out of that lineup. It would be difficult for me to take Wilson out of that lineup, even though, if you ask me which 2 guys are going to have a better week, I give you Thomas and Thielen ahead of Brown and Wilson. But
Right.
I like I said, I wouldn't have the guts to make that change with the championship on the line. But you have you do have a flex spot open, right? We haven't talked about
right.
But,
So
I
could use
chance to put
flex
one of them, right?
or AJ Brown. Yeah. So would you use Garrett Wilson, AJ Brown, Amari Cooper, or Shakir?
Well, I mean, are you not? I mean, I would play Brown at definitely at one of the receiver spots, and then I mean Wilson just hasn't done real well. Rodgers is throwing the ball more than Adams, and so I mean, just because I like the other two matchups so well, I would sit Wilson and I'd play Thomas at receiver and Thielen at flex and roll with that.
All right.
And keep Brown in there.
Yeah, I think I like all that.
Brown has the potential to catch the short passes and turn them into big gainers. You're still going to be a guy they look to down in the red zone, as a big target for the young quarterback. I don't think he's going to have a big game, but it wouldn't surprise me if he scored a TD. And if he does score a TD, then you were smart keeping him in there.
That's all we're asking for at this point, to be honest. Just get him in the end zone one time, Kenny Pickett.
Five for 50 and a touchdown.
Right.
Not his best game, but that's fine because you caught a break and you had Thomas going up against Tennessee, and Thomas, gave you 8 catches for 156 and 2 touchdowns, and that put you over the top.
All right, defensive wise, and I'm kind of kicking myself because I didn't make some sort of a maneuver with Kenneth Walker before they locked him out, because I could actually play around and try to add another defense here while I think about it. But I do have the Houston defense locked out. I did not use them. They had a -1. So the 2 defenses I picked up, and I've just been trying to dress the pig up and take her to the prom, as you said before on the show. I have the Patriots defense, and I have, if it matters, then I want to use the Dolphins defense against the Browns, right? And the Dolphins are still alive.
Well, yes. I mean, you're right. And that's, the thing about the Dolphins defense is, even if they're not alive, Cleveland will make mistakes. And I take them way before I would take a New England defense. Because I don't see the Chargers, putting the ball at risk nearly as much as Cleveland will be in a game that they really don't care about.
Other defenses available. Buccaneers, no. Raiders, no. Cowboys, Commanders, Saints. Bengals, probably no. Rams would be an interesting one, maybe. Any of those guys?
I mean, they're all. I mean, 3 or 4 of them there are decent. I don't know. I'd be tempted to go with Washington against the young quarterback, out of his element, night game, big game. I mean, this game could really get away from Atlanta. Atlanta's not that good a team, and they're kidding themselves if they think that in this particular situation on the road that they're better off with this young quarterback than they are with a veteran quarterback who's not going to make the kind of mistake that could cost you a big game like this. I think Washington, has a really good chance of forcing a couple of mistakes here, and really, really steamrolling this game. More so than the other teams that you mentioned. I was hoping you were going to mention Indy, who's available in some leagues. They would be an automatic play this week against the Giants.
Let's see. Do I have the Colts available? No Colts available.
Yeah, and some they were probably the number one defense picked up this week. If they were available in your league, they weren't available as soon as the waiver wire window closed, because they had to be like the top choice of a couple of different teams this week, and especially in a big fantasy matchup. So I go with I don't trust Miami. I do like the spot that they're in there. I pick up Washington. At least keep your options open.
Yeah, maybe I can have Miami lined up to go, and then when it doesn't matter for them.
This is your last game, right?
Yes,
this is your last game. So if you're not going to play a guy like Cooper,
right?
There's no way you're going to play Cooper this week.
Right.
So why do you even have him on the roster?
Yeah, you can cut him for something.
Drop him and pick up Washington.
Right.
And Washington's defense, and that way you get to Sunday, and after Saturday's games are over, and you've gotten Sunday, and now that this game means something to Miami. Then maybe you keep Miami in there. If it means nothing to Miami, then you switch over to Washington. So it'd be nice to have that option. So that's what I would do.
All right, and I got your boy Cardi, so we're good there. All right, so right now I have it set up like this. I have Daniels, Chase Brown, Jacobs, Brian Thomas Jr., A.J. Brown, Kittle, Thielen in the flex, Cardi is the kicker, and defense, Miami, but I think I just want to take Washington anyway.
Yeah. Now let's go position by position. Give me the other team quarterback.
Yeah, let's see here. Josh Allen, who's I'm going to go against quarterback wise.
Okay. Well, okay. So I'd only give him a slight edge over you at quarterback this week. Okay. Running back.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh boy. Okay, so I'm giving him, but you got two good backs. So I'll give him a slight edge at running back number 1. Okay, running back 2.
He has Hubbard, who's questionable still, and then on his bench, he has. Actually, he has no one to go to right now.
Well, that's a huge advantage for you. So. He's got two small advantages. You got a big advantage. I got you winning slightly ahead at this point. Let's go to receivers.
He has Jefferson.
Okay, so I'll give him the edge there over Brown. Okay, next.
He has London.
London is injured. London got hurt last week. He's on my son's team too, and you keep an eye on. I'm sure your opponent will keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
But there was a big concern about him. So I'll give your second receiver an edge there, but Jefferson. All right. So the other guy, I've got the other guy with a nose in front right now. Okay. Next, tight end.
He has McBride.
All right. That's good. You got Kittle. Okay. I guess I'd say they're about even. Okay. The other guy's still slightly ahead. Okay. Let's go to flex.
He has McLaurin.
Oh boy.
But McLaurin is questionable.
And you got Thielen there. Okay, I've got the other guy. Okay, he's now a neck in front. Okay, now then you got your kicker. Who's he got a kicker?
He has McManus from Green Bay.
All right, that's and then defense.
He has Green Bay for the defense right now.
That's not a great matchup for them either.
Right.
So this is a good battle. I'm gonna say the other guy's a 3.5 point favorite.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. His bench, he has. Well, Pickens has been used. He has Pollard in there. Actually, he could go to Pollard if he does end up playing. He's questionable. He has Josh Palmer. Ray McLeod is his other receiver option.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you're right. If he goes to Pollard, that's a big risk. I mean, because he's only going to play part-time, and he's not healthy. And, Spears, like I said, had 2 TDs last week. So, even if Pollard's healthy, that, Spears is going to get some playing time. Yeah, that's a big decision for him. He sticks with Hubbard in there. Tampa's very hard to run on, and this is going to be a high-scoring game. I wouldn't want Hubbard. Hubbard's had a great season. I wouldn't want him going this week. So, you just got to hope that. It's very possible that your quarterback's going to outplay his quarterback. It's probably going to come down to that. And then your matchup is very close. And if Allen has a big game, which he hasn't recently, then you're in trouble. But if Allen, is playing at home, the Jets, I don't see that it being a really, explosive game for Allen. Meanwhile, I do think that it's possible Daniels will have a big game, against the Falcons, or what could be a runaway. That could, I'd say at this point, if you were, I don't know if you're in ESPN's league, but if you could keep Allen to, 18 points, and then you've got, Daniels playing in the night game, I'd feel very comfortable that Daniels will outscore him. And then that's like winning the state of Pennsylvania in the presidential race. That's what's going to put you over the top.
All right, Dave, 1 week left to go. I can't believe we're almost to the finish line already. As fast as time flies, man. It really does.
It's a lot more meat on the bone.
Right. Yeah, and playoffs still yet to come. All right, Dave, enjoy the games. I appreciate the time today. Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
All right. We'll be right back after this.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full-script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Family-owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind, not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like show tonight. Never feel how I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah.
You think? This is not mine.
Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
It is
All
just
right,
after
Todd.
9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Round Robin, 6 o'clock a.m. Pacific. If you're just waking up, good morning. Hopefully you are doing well on this last Sunday of 2024. Can you believe that? 2025 is right on the doorstep. All right, good stuff from Dave Del Grande. Hopefully you got some tidbits with that. If you need to re-listen to his interview, you can go back after this program is finished. You can go to our YouTube channel, which is Deep End, like a swimming pool, DEEPEND 757 Broadcasting. do a little rewind, a little cue up, and there you go. You can replay Dave Del Grande at your will. We'll be with you until probably right about 11 o'clock. We'll get Nephew Dave in here in a few minutes. We'll get the Ant-Man involved here in a little bit. I was going to go on a tirade first thing this morning, and I didn't. Was it about these coaches not doing 5 wide? I think that's what I was really angry about last night. And just, I'll kind of re-mention it again. How are some of these coaches? I just don't get the play calling. I mean, and it comes from, the stems from a couple of things, but the Rams really put it to light last night. How do you have all of these great wide receivers and you can't spread them all over the field, make the defense try to recover them, and just kind of, you don't have to do it every play, but throw some 5 wides in, and let Stafford get the ball out quick out of the shotgun and try to hit some receivers in stride, and they get some big plays. I mean, we saw nothing from the tight ends. We saw nothing from DeMarcus Robinson. We saw nothing from Cooper Kupp. Something is just off with the Rams. We saw the Chargers get into a little bit of 5 wide themselves yesterday, and it worked for them. Herbert's throwing the ball to all over the place. I mean, you make them play 5 quarterbacks. Make them play safety on a slot guy, safety on a tight end, something like that. And try to get your guys open and move the ball and be a little bit more dynamic than, oh my God, what the Patriots do. 3rd and 2, just hand it off on the delayed handoff up the middle. I just don't get some of the play calling by some of these coaches overall. All right, segment we've been doing the last few weeks, and we appreciate Dave Del Grande. And before the rest of the crew gets in, let's do a little art of making tickets. All right, and we'll build a little ticket on the air here. I think last week we did random things that could happen. And we did the week before that quarterback rushing yards with quarterback rushing yards with running back receiving yards. All right, and that was our combo, and we had 2 very, very live tickets in the mix. My man Allah checking in from New Haven, Connecticut. Shout out to you. Appreciate you tuning in every week now, Allah. Thanks, man. Stay with it and spread the love. So New Haven, Connecticut checking in this morning. If you're out there, please text us or message us on the social media and let us know where you are tuning in from. The text hotline is 757-354-5517. That is 757-354-5517. And I'll go ahead and add that to our little graphic right now. And if you are new to the show, I am a man of many hats. I am the host, the producer, the technical engineer, and all things above that, really in the deep end broadcasting world. Let's see. Text us a play. Text us your plays. That's what we'll say. All right, so we'll update that, and there we go. Phone number is on the screen if you need it. All right, the art of making tickets. Let's talk about alternative lines. Let's do alternative lines today. So we're not even going to look at the props here. Let's go ahead and get some fresh lines up here. And the alternative line is this. And in the NFL, I get it. It's a league that is a lot of times close. These spreads are right on, and that goes with the totals and the point spreads. But I'm here to tell you this, and let's just put this to all sports first. If you are walking in blindly into a sports book and you are looking for a winner, then what's the thing that you want to do? You want to find the best play on the board. That's your bet. You want to play the best play on the board. Now, in a couple of different ways, it gets a little tricky. You have your favorites and you have your underdogs. So why would you maybe give up points as a favorite when you can probably take points somewhere else as an underdog, knowing that it's about a 50-50 prop with the favorite and the underdog hitting at the end of the day anyway. And in many cases, the underdog is actually the better play and wins more often than not. If you're playing college football bowl games, underdogs aplenty right now. So you want to find the best play on the board. That being said, on an alt line, there's also a few things that happen. I mentioned that we have tight games, close knit, hard, right on the point spread. But if every game of every sport of every day, if you look at the menu of all the games played, I don't care if it's college basketball, it's going to be a football game today as well, a bowl game, whatever, you're going to be able to find a blowout. You're going to be able to find a team that wins by, what TCU did yesterday in the bowl game. 34-3 winners. What was the point spread? TCU minus 10 or something like that. So they covered by 31 points. That's how you come up with your alt line. You want to find the blowouts and make them blowouts. If you find an underdog that you think can win outright, that works as well. If you got a team like Dallas today, who's a 7-point underdog, who Dave Del Grande says can win that game, well, you move their line to make Dallas a favorite. And they are 295 on the money line, so that would be easy enough just to do that. But here's the deal, too. When Dallas, for example, and I'm not saying this is happening today, but if Dallas can beat Philadelphia, well, what are they going to beat them by? They're going to beat them by a score? Yeah, probably. But is it too much out of the realm of possibility just to ask Dallas, a 7-point underdog, to beat Philadelphia by 2 scores somehow? What if Kenny Pickett throws back-to-back pick sixes and they're down 14-0 out of the gate? Now Dallas, at a minus 12.5-point favorite, looks pretty attractive, right? And what's Dallas minus 12.5 today? Dallas minus 12.5 is 14-1 odds. Wow. Now, is Dallas going to win this game by double digits of Philly? No, probably not. But is it a possibility? You can't rule it out. You can't rule it out. So even as crazy as it sounds, you're almost priced in to take Dallas on that number today. Now you want to dumb it down and make Dallas, minus 5.5, and you do 5.5 because if you get to overtime, like you did with the Bengals yesterday, you can win a game by 6 points and still cover a spread. Well, minus 5.5 for Dallas is at plus 560. All right. So let's go ahead and put in, just for the sake of this conversation, we'll start with this game, Dallas and the Eagles, and we'll throw Dallas on a ticket here. Let's throw Dallas on at minus 5.5 at plus 560. Now, I'm tempted to make a minus 12.5 at 14-1, and maybe I will on another ticket. But for the sake of this alternate line maneuver, we'll take Dallas, who's a 7-point underdog. We'll figure they'll win this game, and they'll win by a touchdown, 6 points. So minus 5.5 is at plus 560. Let's throw that onto a ticket. Let's just see what we get with it. All right. Again, this is the art of making tickets. Let me throw in some tickets up there we have going as well. There's a divisional bet we have going with the Ravens, Vikings, Rams, and Buccaneers. Looks pretty good. Will look even better if the Vikings can beat the Packers this afternoon. I'm probably going to be invested in the Packers, I'm guessing. Maybe I'll just play props and not really decide on that one. But that ticket's looking pretty good if the Vikings, who control their own destiny, actually can win on out here. And they'll get another match with Detroit next week as well. All right, so the art of making ticket on the alt line, we'll go ahead and scoop up Dallas. We'll make them a favorite plus 560 on minus 5.5. Now, here's a game with the Colts and the Giants. Can the Colts blow out the Giants? Absolutely. Why not? Joe Flacco lights them up. He blows them to pieces. This is all line craziness, perhaps, and this is just a whitewash. So now, instead of the Colts minus 7.5, which is fine, they can win by 8 or whatever, Is it too much to ask the Colts to win this one by 20 points? I don't think that it is. 35-14 even. Giving the Giants maybe a little too much credit. Joe Flacco comes in and throws the ball all over the place. He doesn't care. He's going to want to throw the ball around and still prove that he is an NFL quarterback. So if you take the Colts today and you move their line up, and let's just here's another good rule to do this. So to win by 20, you're at plus 390. That's to win the game by 20 points exactly. So what does winning by 20 points mean? That means 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals. Wham, bam. That's your 20 points. Well, let's figure this maybe. Maybe we miss an extra point, right? We only win by 19. Maybe we get a bunch of field goals and just 1 touchdown and win by 19. So instead of winning by 20, which would be minus 19.5, we give ourselves the cushion here. We give ourselves a little safe space, and we take the Colts minus 18.5 at plus 350. So now we're giving ourselves an extra point miss, and we're giving ourselves a small chance here. So for the Cowboys just to win this game and to win it by a touchdown, 6 points, 26-20. Maybe they walk it off in overtime and a Kevontae Turpin long touchdown or something like that. And then the Colts to cruise to victory over the Giants, minus 18.5. These 2 plays right now for $10 will win you $287. So that's a quick little way to turn $10 into $287 just like that. Let's keep adding to this ticket and see what we can come up with here. I like Dave Del Grande's premise about the Saints today being able to rebound at home, try to play for some redemption against another bad team in the Raiders, and try to save some face here at home. So maybe our man Kendre Miller can get off. Maybe the Saints do have a good day. They do have some decent defense. Maybe they turn the Raiders over a couple of times. Is it too much to ask the Saints to win this game by a couple of touchdowns? I don't think that it is, to be honest. Will they? No, this game has, to me, 13-9 really written all over it. 20-17 at worst. But let's just say that the Raiders have a bad day here. They get 10 points. The Saints look good at home. They score 24, maybe even 27, and they coast to a nice double-digit victory. So I'm getting the Saints at minus 12.5, and that's the same premise we talked about with the 19.5, is let's give ourselves the little extra cushion by taking a point off. 2 touchdown victory is minus 13.5 plus 630. But in case we miss an extra point or something like that, or we get a touchdown and 2 field goals, we still cover that 12.5, and we're getting a nice plus 560 number still attached to that. So Cowboys minus 5.5, Colts minus 18.5 in a romp. And you know what? The Saints win by a couple of scores at home. Hey, there's blowouts in every sport every day, right? And we're not even asking for blowouts here. Well, in the Colts case, we kind of are, but not the Cowboys and the Saints. We're just asking the Saints to win by 2 scores. That's it. Any team can beat any other team by 2 scores at the end of the day. So that's the philosophy on that. And now our $10 ticket is paying $1,950. And this kind of thing happens all the time where you can play these alt lines, move them to a place where you like, and you can cash it home. On the NBA the other night, I think I was like 5 combined points away from $30,000 or something like that. Things just could have gone a little bit better my way, or if I didn't get so super greedy moving the lines or whatever the case was in that loss. And the other thing is this too. So if we win 1,950 times or $1,950 on this ticket, Dallas minus 5.5, Colts minus 18.5, Saints minus 12.5, we pocket $1,950. What's the next bet? It's a $10 bet, right? We're doing the same thing. Well, if we lose 10 times, that's $100. If we lose 100 times, that's $1,000. If we lose 2,000 times or 200 times, that's $2,000. So realistically, we only have to hit one more of these kinds of bets at the next 200 to stay profitable. You can't move 3 games with the lines a little bit to produce a winner in that time frame of 200 chances. Chances are pretty good you probably will. So people who shun this kind of gambling, really, I don't think are putting the mathematics into it at the end of the day. We can afford a lot of losses. You got to have a little bit of thick skin, okay, and be able to absorb some losses here. But this ticket is going to hit 1 out of 25 times, I think. This scenario is going to happen where the Cowboys win by 1, the Colts win by 3 touchdowns, the Saints win by 2 touchdowns. Probably less frequency than that at the end of the day. So you're not asking a lot of mileage out of this $10, especially when it pays $1,950. You're not going to lose 2 of these kinds of the same bet within those 200 opportunities. 195 opportunities technically, but I think you get the point at the end of the day. All right, Jets and the Bills. Bills minus 9.5, over under 46.5. Now, do we just want to smear the Jets to death here with the Bills? Probably not, because I think the Bills call off the dogs at some point. The Jets could still be kind of competitive. It could be a weather as an issue, so we hate to go super over here. Maybe we just pass by this game. We have weather issues in Jacksonville, perhaps with Tennessee, so maybe this is one we want to avoid. Tennessee and Jacksonville. You got to figure this is a close game. They were a few weeks ago. But here's Carolina and Tampa. Can these guys fly over 47.5? They absolutely can. I mean, this could be 28-14 at halftime with Tampa Bay in the lead, something like that. So that's 42 points right there. And then they add you another 24 in the second half to get you to 60 something, 65 points, 64 points, whatever the case may be. So let's look at the over under 47.5. If we like the over here, let's just go ahead and stretch that through the roof. I think a good final score here is 34-28. So 62 points. So over 61.5 is at plus 450 in this game. Let's make that our goal. So we need to get to 62 points in this Carolina Buccaneers game at plus, and we'll get our plus 450 mixed in. So now our $10 ticket with Dallas minus 5.5, the Colts minus 18.5, the Saints minus 12.5, and over under 61.5. Now this $10 pays out $10,771. Now what we'll do is we'll also round robin it. And I'm not going to put $10 on it. I'll put, I'll put 10 on it. Why not? Maybe this does happen. Now we'll round robin it. And that what the round robin, which is the name of the show, what the round robin does is this. The round robin gives you the opportunity to not have to win all of these bets. We can win 3 of these 4 and still get a nice payout. If we hit 2 of the 4, we can still get a decent payout, or at least get our money back anyway. So the round robin is this. We have 4 games right here. It is one big 4-game parlay. And then what we have is 4 different 3-game parlays with all of these. So for example, Dallas, the Colts, and the Saints will be a parlay by itself. Dallas, the Colts, and the over Buccaneers will be a parlay by itself. The Colts, Saints, Carolina over will be a parlay by itself. And then Dallas, the Colts, and the over, leaving the Saints out, will be a parlay amongst itself. So let's go ahead and put in just a modest $4 leg here. So $16 totally invested in the 3-game parlays. This is a $26 bet now. It's going to pay out a total of $13,804. And with the 3-game parlays, we now have 4 tickets with the payout of the 3-game parlays being right about $3,200. It's $3,178 to be exact. So we are averaging out about $800 if we hit any of the 3 of the 4 of everything that we just said. All right, so we'll leave that. And then do we want to do the 2s? Basically, the 2s will win $150 back if we hit 2 of these guys. That will be an investment of $50 altogether. So sometimes you don't want to do the 2s. You'll only profit $100, but it is great for the insurance. I mean, a lot of times your losses are just wiped out by the sole fact that you're winning the 2s. So let's go ahead and throw in the 2s. This will be a total of a $50 bet now. I'm going to have to go ahead and add some funds here to the account. And we'll go ahead and lock this in. So again, the art of making tickets alt line special here. And we have Dallas minus 5.5, Colts minus 18.5, the Saints minus 12.5, and the over 61.5 with Carolina and Tampa Bay. All right. If we get 2 of these 4, we'll get $150 back, $100 profit on the average. If we hit 3 of the 4, we're going to profit about $750. And then if we sweep the board and all 4 of these hit, then we're going to win $15,000 off of this $50 investment. We'll go ahead and let it rip. And that is art of making a ticket with the alt lines. So the moral of the story is this. You have blowouts, again, in sports every day. You're kind of looking for a blowout angle, be it a super high-scoring game, super low-scoring game. Now, the super under is a hard one to bet. I mean, you really got to be in a scenario with like the Seahawks and the Bears to cash that easily. You don't need much for, if you have 2 teams who are evenly matched, you just need a team like the Saints to win by a couple of scores. I mean, that's in the realm of possibility. And then when you have a bad team like the Giants going against a Joe Flacco who can throw the ball all over the place, you're not asking too much, I don't think, for the Colts to put it this way. If the Colts rack up 35 points, you're going to win. You're going to win that bet. So, art of making a ticket that way with the point spreads. Let's look at one other way, and we'll look at the alternate team total points. And let's just do that for the Colts, because we think the Colts can score a lot of points today, correct? Their baseline's 24.5. So for an alternate total for the Colts today, 34.5, is 5 touchdowns basically. You get plus 540 for the Colts to get over 34.5. Do we want to give ourselves a little bit of a break here? And if we get to 34, we're a winner. I think we can. So over 33.5 is at plus 420. So the Colts over 33.5 points. Let's throw that on a ticket today, knowing that they can score a lot. Eagles, Cowboys, I tend to think that's a lower scoring game. The Saints and the Raiders. What is the Saints' alternate total points here? What is the Saints to get to like 27? Their baseline is 18.5. So if the Saints were to somehow get to 27 points, that's at plus 360 over 26.5. Hey, let's just throw it on there for a good example. Do they do it? Probably not, but maybe. Who knows? So we'll throw the Saints on over 26.5, Colts over 33.5, and this is individual team of points. So we don't need to worry about a spread. We don't need to worry about the other team. This is a great bet because you're just really worried about your team scoring at the end of the day. $10 wins 229 just on these 2 guys right here. Let's add to it. Jets and the Bills. Let's just look at the baselines for all these teams as we go. The Jets total for today is 17.5. The Bills total is 28.5. Again, we have some weather potentially. Divisional matchup. We don't know what we're going to get for the Jets at all. probably better plays on the board. Rain and weather an issue in Jacksonville potentially. Really not trying to do an alternate over with rain and stuff like that. So we'll avoid Jacksonville and Tennessee. Here's one we can probably get on board with, and that's Carolina and Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay can just score at will. And what if they do today and just go off and throttle Carolina? They can. So we'll put that in the realm of possibilities. Again, you ask yourself in your head, could this actually happen? Can the Buccaneers score 37 points today, 38 points against Carolina? And the answer is yes, they can. So we'll look at that. Over 37.5 points for the Buccaneers is at plus 350. So let's add that to a ticket. So now we have Buccaneers, Saints, and the Colts all on their alternate overs. Miami and Cleveland looks like a weather game. That's down to 32.5, the total in the Miami-Cleveland game. I got to play the Miami defense in fantasy. I can't play the Washington defense. I'm going to have to play Miami's defense in this bad weather game. Green Bay and the Vikings. This is a higher scoring game, perhaps, for sure. So I think we can name a number on this one. Let's see here. The baseline for Green Bay is at 24.5. The baseline for the Vikings is at 24.5. Both of these teams are capable of scoring in the 30s. I'm going to give that to the Green Bay Packers today. Let's just assume that they score. Well, let's go to 33.5. That's asking a little bit against the Minnesota defense. I get it. But we're getting plus 420, and we need to throw another team into the mix of this art of making a ticket as well. Good morning, Nephew Dave. How are you?
Morning, sir.
Nephew Dave steps into the studio. I'm going to do a commercial in a few minutes, but there's a breakfast burrito out there for you. So plus 420 on over 33.5 for the Packers. We'll throw that on with these other alternate overs we have with the Colts, Saints, and Buccaneers. And then let's find one more, and I think that's going to be Washington for tonight, as we think they can score a lot of points against Atlanta. Should be dry. I think this is a weather game too, actually. But I will trust Washington more than I will Atlanta to score points in this game. And for Washington to get to, 30, I would like a better number to get to 31 points. Over 30.5 is at plus 240. I think we'll just stick with that. We'll try to make this a little bit more achievable if we need to get just one more for the jackpot, or to hit a 4-legger or even just a 3-legger at the end of the day. All right, so Washington over 30.5 points at plus 240. We'll do Packers over 33.5 on their alternate team total. We'll do the Buccaneers over 37.5, going extreme at plus 350 with them. The Saints taking a shot there over 26.5 points plus 360. And the Colts with Flacco over 33.5 points plus 420. I think you can even add a little bit more with the Colts, but they will run the ball with Taylor some too. So that will kill time. And you know what? They might just be calling off the dogs when they're up 34-35 rather than trying to get to 40. So we'll just play it this way. And let's see what our payouts will be. So right now, what we have is we have 10 different 3-game parlays, 5 different 4-game parlays, and 1 big 5-game parlay. The 5-game parlay for $5 pays out $9,500 on all 5 of these. We get about $2,000 each if we get 4 of these. And we'll still scoop up some of the 3-game parlay legs. Let's see. We're not going to invest too much craziness. And yeah, I guess we will. Let's just do $5 each leg. Wow, that's an $80 bet. Is that what we want to do? Let's do $3. Let's make it a $60 bet. So the difference in a $60 and $80 bet is in the 3-game parlays. We'll get $280 on the average on the 3 minus the 60. So we're profiting $220. And then if we do it with the 5, we're going to profit $400. Yeah, I think it's worth the extra $20 just to get the extra $200 if we just get 3 of these, to be honest. So let's go ahead and rock that out like that. We'll go ahead and add some money into the old account here. We have some EPL soccer and championship league soccer actually happening here soon. I'll give you a couple of bets for that if you want, and then we'll go to a commercial. I'll give you if you need some morning action. But this round robin now is going to pay out a total of about $25,000. It's an $80 investment. It's a big one. But we'll go Colts over 33.5 team points, Saints over 26.5, Tampa Bay over 37.5, Green Bay over 33.5, and the Commanders over 30.5. All right, we'll place that in, and we are locked in. All right, soccer. Let's just take a quick look at that. Then we'll go to break, and we'll get Nephew Dave in here. We'll call the man and see if he's alive. And we'll look at the slate of 9 games left to play for this last Sunday in December. All right, Man City and Leicester, 5 minutes into their game, 0-0. Maybe take a shot on Crystal Palace team goals at home today. And they don't score a lot, but they're playing Southampton, who gives up a ton of goals. And Crystal Palace much better at home. So I think that's a fair play today, Crystal Palace at home. I think you can get a lot of goals in the Tottenham-Wolverhampton game. That's at 10 o'clock Eastern. This is English Premier League. 4.5 goals doesn't pay super crazy, but Tottenham's good for 3 or 4 even in this game, I think. And the Wolves are good for 1 or 2. They've been proven to be able to score themselves. The other games this morning look like they could be 1-0s or 0-0s. I'm talking about Everton, Nottingham Forest, Fulham and Bournemouth. Let's see. West Ham is hosting Liverpool later today as well. Liverpool should be able to beat them, you would think, handily, but West Ham is at home and they can sneak up and beat anyone really at any given time, but they've been poor. And if you look at the English Championship, and all their games are starting here at 10 o'clock. Coventry is a team you can look at for team goals at home, I think, today. They play Millwall. You can look for Swansea, Swansea. They're playing Luton Town. I think Swansea is good for over 1.5 goals. Blackburn is home against Hull. Hull's a bad team. Blackburn is pretty decent. If you want a straight bet, minus 105, Blackburn might not be the worst thing in the world, but over 1.5 goals for Blackburn. Team goals is fair game. You got to fade the Plymouths and the Portsmouths, the 2 P teams. Oxford, who is a team has been proven they can score, is hosting Plymouth. I'll avoid that because they are a relegated, promoted. They're a promoted team from the league down this season, so the new blood I try to stay away from. Let's see. Bristol is home against Portsmouth. Bristol for over 1.5 goals. Looks like a shot there as well. So 3-game parlay, go with Bristol, Blackburn, and Swansea, and Coventry. Take all 4 of those for over 1.5 goals. All right. Anything else we want to get to here? Over the course of the morning. Let's go ahead and do one more break. We'll wet the whistle. We'll get Nephew Dave in here. We'll queue up the Ant-Man. I'll keep rotating through these tickets. Here's a nice, interesting one me and the Ant-Man came up with last night together. Josh Downs for 1 touchdown. Kendre Miller for 1 touchdown. The running back for the Saints today. Dalton Kincaid for 1 touchdown. He's due to get in there. Calvin Ridley for 1. The Ant-Man just loves Calvin Ridley. I mean, you will jerk him off as soon as he possibly gets a chance. And Mike Evans for a touchdown as well. But those 5 players, $20 wins 3,164. How about that? So that ticket's on the screen if you want to go ahead and copycat that. All right, let me cue up a Pie Tasters break. And then we shall, actually, this will be the good one. We already did that. And we did that. We did that. We did that. All right, we'll just do this one. Okay, we will be right back after this commercial break. Give us a few minutes to regroup, and we'll come back and hit this whole slate. This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network, live our last Sunday of 2024. Amazing.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Never took a chance on fate, and more comes to those who wait. And if there is a lady like I never met, you never get a chance for life unless you live it, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better. You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to live right. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. You might have her now. I got something better. You might have her now. I got something better. You might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Down up in these streets, no money left to spend. Still singing Bible night before my brain is on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd of flashing blue red lights. I run to see the college outside the lights. To the free show, never know what's going on. Just happy to
Nephew Dave, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, sir.
How are you feeling after your NFL Sunday?
What a glorious sports Saturday it was, man. That was a good slate of everything, actually.
Our man Allah sends in the play. Anytime touchdowns today by the following. I mean, I like this. Justin Jefferson, Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin, Jonathan Taylor. How easy is that?
Right.
So good play, Allah. Thank you for tuning in. And wherever you are in this great world, send us a message. Our text hotline again, 757-354-5517. It is on your phone screen, your YouTube TV screen, however you may be taking us in this morning. December the 29th, 2024. Dave, what about that? What did you think you would be doing in the year 2025 back in, let's just say, 2000?
Oh, yeah. It's hard to say. Yeah, Steve. You know, that's a good question.
No, there's no flying garbage trucks yet.
No, not yet.
But automobiles are able to drive themselves around now, which is interesting. But it's good to know, like, we don't have the nuclear suitcase drone attack that we could have had on
Right.
Christmas or Christmas Eve, right? We got through all that unharmed for now.
Unscathed through the nuclear suitcases.
They're betting on bowl games as well. Maybe after bowl season. Okay. All right. Well, Dave, I mean, Survivor, we talked about it yesterday. I don't know what else more there is to go through.
Right.
Let me just do the updated lines, and then I'll just recap on what we said about Survivor. No Survivor for us. Eagles now -7, 38.5. The Colts still -7.5 and 40.5. I think one of us said you could take the Colts anyway. The Raiders are -1.5, 37.5. No plays there. The Bills are 9.5. Now down to 45.5 as weather is continuing to affect these over-unders. And this is one that's going to take a hit to the lower side now. So beware with this, the weather out there today. In Jacksonville, weather as well. Jags now -1.5, 38.5. Tampa Bay has climbed to a 9.5-point favorite, 47.5. Wondering why that total has stayed the same. The Dolphins are -3.5, and the total has plummeted now down to 32.5. It must be a mess up there. At least it looks like it on radar. The Packers are indoors in Minnesota. Vikings -1.5, 48.5. Washington, you could use for Survivor, 3.5, 46.5. Weather, a potential issue there, too, with the Falcons in town. So that's at least 4 or 5 games we have now with weather type of issues here. And I'm not saying don't bet all unders on those yet. I'm not exactly – I want to put my eyes on it. You should too. But I'll say this. If you look at the radar, there is a lot of wintry type giant cold front type of storms penetrating the Rust Belt, the upper mid-Atlantic region, Ohio Valley, if you will, and soon to be us down here in Virginia, southeastern Virginia. Detroit tomorrow night, 3.5 and 50.5. Dave, if you had to do a Survivor today, who's your one pick?
I just think it's got to be the Colts, Steve.
Yeah. I think that's the best one too. And then, because I think we said you could take San Diego, and you said San Diego yesterday, or the Chargers.
Yep.
And then the Bengals were on the board with that, and then the Rams were the other one. So if you had any of those 3, you got by already. You're in the house. All right. So I think you're playing a little bit of catch up if you don't have one of those teams at this point. Tampa Bay is a fine one, I think, if you have them too. But I'll put Tampa on upset alert. Carolina's just been playing decent.
Yeah, that could be a tricky game.
All right. Let's get to it. Top of the slate. Dave, you're our NFC East expert. So we'll start in Philadelphia at the link in Philadelphia. -7, 38.5. Here we go. Kenny Pickett. He's going to get the nod at quarterback today for the Eagles. I know all you Eagle fans are excited about that. I'll tell you what, A.J. Brown liked the fact that Kenny Pickett was throwing him the football. He is all about him on the sideline. Kenny Pickett is 183.5 for his baseline today. Cooper Rush, 194.5. Dave Del Grande thinks these are ridiculously too high and says take both of these unders, Dave, right off the bat.
Right.
With Kenny Pickett and Cooper Rush. In fact, I'm going to have to start my slots for my notes. Touchdown, wide receiver. And then I know this is enthralling radio listening to me write stuff down. But under Rush and Pickett, I'm going to have to notate with their passing yards, because I think I'm going to definitely throw them into some sort of a, an under parlay with all this weather going on. I'm going to find a bunch of these unders and put them together. Why not? Pass attempts, 26.5, 33.5, respectively for Pickett and Rush. We'll pass that. Over 1.5 touchdowns is plus 215 for Kenny Pickett. Over a half a touchdown for Cooper Rush is minus 215. Remember, no CD Lamb either today. And then for the super high crazy numbers, you'll get plus 1,200 for Rush, for 3 touchdowns and plus 870 for Pickett for 3. This game just has an under feel to me altogether. It doesn't excite me per se. The Eagles' numbers are so inflated on their props. I don't want to take them. But receiver-wise, I do like this one. And this is Kenny Pickett now. It's not Jalen Hurts. So a little bit better quarterback dynamic with perhaps having to throw the ball to the running back. And we know Saquon Barkley can receive and run with the ball. We just haven't seen it that much because they've been so dedicated to giving him the ball through his carries. And quite frankly, he hasn't needed to catch the ball because he runs down the field half the time. And there's no need to get him a screen. That being said, he is always going to be live to catch the ball. And he's at plus 320 today, Dave, for 25 yards receiving.
Ooh.
So Barkley gets a automatic check mark with the receiving yards at plus 320. We're going to have to throw him onto actually, I do have a receiver ticket kind of going already, I believe. Let me see if I can find it there.
That's the old Kenny Pickett safety blanket right there. So, I mean, that's a good number for that, Steve.
Yeah, all right. On the screen now, I got 5 guys you can take a look at for their receiving yards this afternoon, who I'll take a shot with. Barkley, I like the best. I mean, I could throw him in multiple different bets. Especially, he's going to pay out a good number with the quarterback under. They're taking his over receiver numbers, the under and the quarterback. So there's a counteracting each other. You're at least not going to get nullified on the juice like you would if you're going to take the receiver over yards and the passer over yards. It should, in theory, be better. It is. You're getting 8-1 on that now. If you add, so you get almost 2.5 times more your money now, almost 3 times your money for Barkley to get 25 yards if you parlay that with under Pickett 183.5. So that's an interesting way to do things. So you're looking for that middle. It's not like he's going to pass for 12 yards.
Right.
You just don't want him to pass for 212 yards. Let's see here. Other numbers for the receivers. Jake Ferguson, 41.5. Brandon Cooks, 34.5. A.J. Brown, 72.5. Devontae Smith, 47.5. Barkley, if you just like his baseline, 11.5. Cal Contreras, 17.5. 16.5 with Rico Dowdle, who I would say is live in the receiver game as well, to be honest. He's plus 194 for 25 yards. I think you got to throw Dowdle receive yards in there somewhere as well today for old Cooper Rush. In fact, you can do both of the running backs, Barkley and Dowdle, for 25 over and take both of these quarterbacks under on their passing yards. And now you're going to get 73-1 odds. How about that, Dave?
I like that. Yeah. That's a good little same game parlay right there.
1250 went to 910. I'm just going to bet that now.
And
Steve,
you're really not asking much for Dowdle. I mean, you got, averaging about 16.5 for the game. And then Saquon, you're really not asking that much, averaging about 18.5 per game. So you just really need a couple extra yards there. So I think, agree with you. Get those numbers while they're there.
And the fact is this, people, you're talking about when you're getting the running back a screen pass in the flat, if he just finds himself uncovered, he could literally run for 45, 50 yards. And it happens a lot. I mean, they get big gainers. You just don't want them to get swallowed up in the backfield. So Barkley, again, is a guy, you get him into space, and then he's very, very dangerous. All right, rushing prop-wise. You're going to find big numbers here. Barkley, 111.5. Dowdle, 60.5. Pickett, 10.5. And Gainwell is at 15.5. Touchdown scores. Barkley minus 250. A.J. Brown's going to be on my fantasy today, plus 160. So I'll be rooting for that anyway. Dowdle plus 170. Devontae Smith plus 230. Ferguson plus 330. Cooks plus 330. Pickett plus 410. Gainwell plus 430. Kavontae Turpin plus 550. Tolbert plus 550. Cal Contreras. Someone like a Tolbert could emerge out of nowhere today. Cal Contreras plus 650. Even he could. Even a Jonathan Mingo at plus 950 could be getting a lot more action today for Dallas. He's not the worst for a long shot, to be honest, Dave.
No, not at all.
Mingo at plus 950, just for a long shot touchdown guy. There's Dotson 10-1. He never does anything. The Dallas defense is live, I think, at 11-1, as is the Philly defense at 7-1. I think both of those defenses can score today. So I'll start a defensive category. I'll throw them both in. I'm going to have some sort of a defensive round robin parlay, especially in this weather. Weather means turnovers. So if you get your hands on the ball in the defense, you have a chance to go the other way, especially if it's like a sack, scoop, and run type of scenario. All right, Dave, give me your thoughts here on this game.
So interesting stuff here. Divisional game should be tough. I'm looking real quick, as you mentioned, Tolbert. He has got some great anytime numbers today, and I want to share how many touchdowns he's actually scored. Somebody you probably not thinking very much of. And Jalen Tolbert receiving touchdowns for the Cowboys this year, he has 6 of them, Steve. So probably not the worst bet at all for an anytime touchdown. I like that myself. I like your running back props there as well. And last night started building the 2 touchdown tickets, and I have one with Barkley on it, plus 260. He's going to be your ringer play there. And then I have another one that's very interesting that has been built and fired upon already, and that is Rico Dowdle at 12-1 for 2 touchdowns as well.
Wow, okay.
In fact, Steve, that's a very interesting ticket that you might be interested in. We can either discuss that now or a little bit later, but it's actually a pretty decent ticket of these guys. It's a little bit of a mix. See if the stars come out to play. And then we have one long shot who's really not even a long shot. And we'll get to that guy when we get to that game. But with all that being said, I think there's some interesting props to play here, Steve. But on the flip side of that coin, I would not be scared to take the Dallas Cowboys on the spread at 7.5.
Wow, you got 7.5 over there now, right?
Yep.
So we do have different numbers across the various sports books. So obviously get your best number. If you want Dallas, you can get 7.5 out there right now. I just got to stick to my first gut of this just being an ugly under type of game with Philly and Dallas. So I'll look at both of those passers with their under yards. And I do like the running back receive yards. The 2 touchdown scores for this game, we'll have to start a touchdown madness ticket. Well, since we're limited on games, we can combine the 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock or 1 o'clock, 10 a.m., respectively, East Coast, Pacific Coast, West Coast. They don't give us a ton of 2 touchdown scores on this list. There is Barkley plus 220, Dowdle 12-1, A.J. Brown 13-1, Devontae Smith 24-1, Brandon Cooks 35-1, Jake Ferguson 35-1, Pickett 47-1, Kenneth Gainwell 50-1, Jalen Tolbert 70-1, Kavontae Turpin 70-1, Grant Calcaterra is at 11-1. All right, the madness guy for the ticket today.
I think it's got to be Tolbert if we're talking touchdown madness. I mean, that is a massive number. Guys scored 6 touchdowns already. No CeeDee Lamb. That's good enough for me, I think.
Yeah, let's throw him on there. 70-1. We got it. All right, next game on the board. I like Dallas can upset. They can win this game. I think they are live. The main thing for me, just overall, it's the quarterbacks.
Right.
I don't know what Pickett's going to give you, Philadelphia. So don't get mad if you lose. And my pick against you is simply because I'm going to fade Kenny Pickett because I've seen Kenny Pickett play a ton, and it's not impressive. Cooper Rush actually has a little bit of a rhythm going to him right now,
Right.
He's been starting some games. Tough defense, though. That's why I think the Philly defense keeps them menaced, and it's just a lower scoring game because Dallas has a little defense as well. All right. Next game, let's go to the Meadowlands, the Colts and the Giants. Colts minus 7.5, 40.5. This is simple for me. This is Joe Flacco coming in and throwing the ball all over MetLife Stadium today. The Colts can play free and clear. They can play with that ease. Maybe give Jonathan Taylor a little bit of a break on the running game. I know you heard me and Dave Del Grande talking about Anthony Richardson, but you got to keep in mind that was recorded on Friday before he knew Richardson was going to be yanked. So his view will stay the same. I can guarantee you that the Colts should still throttle the Giants. Just probably more likely gouge them to death through the air now. The Flacco is kind of a free slinger type of guy. I'm sure they'll still give it to our man Jonathan Taylor. But I think the Colts can win this game. I don't think the Giants score much at all. They get 6, they get 9, they get 10 points maybe. And I'll give the Colts credit to get to the lower 30s, I think. At least the upper 20s. I'm not – this game I want to kind of appeal to the under here. But I can see how the Colts can make this an over game just themselves at this point. So I'll avoid that. The passing numbers today, Flacco's 226.5. That is going to be way too low to me. This is a guy who could throw for 400 yards. Drew Lock is 190.5. I could see him as an underplay today as well for his passing yards. The passing touchdowns, Lock over a half a yard is minus 170. Flacco for 1.5 is plus 110. Flacco for 3 touchdowns is going to be live for me at plus 440. So that's a good one to mix up with the Saquon Barkley for 25 yards is a Joe Flacco for 3 touchdowns. If you want to do different props for each game of random stuff, which is a good way to do things when we're talking about finding the best play on the board at a good payout. I mean, you can do much worse than finding Flacco for 3 touchdowns at plus 440. I'll say that. A Drew Lock interception day. Why don't you start our interceptors list? You can throw Pickett on there as far as I'm concerned. And then you can throw Drew Lock on there as far as I'm concerned. As we start our list of guys who can throw an interception. This is the Colts, the whitewash. I'll get to the numbers in a minute, Dave. What do you got?
Yeah, this should be an absolute smear job by the Colts, really. Giants. The one thing I would maybe take is some Malik Neighbors yardage. I think he is. Yeah, he's playing. I thought I saw somewhere that he was dealing with something, but numbers are up. He's only I want to say he's only 30 or 40 yards away from 1,000, so he would like to reach that. So if you want to play anything Giants, I think that would be where I went to. Anything else, it would be a no-go from me. Maybe even play an under team total for them, under 10.5 or something like that. You could always take a look at something like that. But, Steve, this is a beat down from the Colts. And you look at the touchdown scores today. I like myself. Jonathan Taylor, he made it into a 2-touchdown ticket. I do like Josh Downs as well. And then on a longer shot, anytime, we're going to look at Alec Pierce at plus 350.
I knew that was coming out. You're getting great numbers on the Alec Pierce numbers, wide receiver-wise, touchdown and yards, because I'm looking at his yards right now as you say that. And we're definitely thinking alike. He's a big target. You guys got me on board with him. He's flirted with 2 touchdowns before. He can get it today as that third option from Flacco. He's a little bit better than the 3. He's a good 3. If he's a number 3 receiver, that's about as good as you can get for a number 3 receiver in the league. They just haven't had a quarterback in Richardson throwing them the ball. So Alec Pierce for 40 yards is plus 164. If he can get to 70 yards or something like that, he's at plus 570. Downs baseline is 60.5. Michael Pittman's 47.5. Neighbors 61.5. Tyrone Tracy 18.5. Wandell Robinson 36.5. Slayton 21.5. Adonai Mitchell 18.5. Bellinger 21.5. And I would take a look at the Jonathan Taylor receive yards in this one as well, because I think he becomes more live with a Flacco, a guy who passes the ball. He'll look for a security blanket dump off when he feels any kind of pressure. And Jonathan Taylor is paying a nice price to get to 25 yards at plus 320. So you got to throw him on the list for receive yards as well. Alec Pierce, let me notate that. The touchdown numbers, actually the rushing numbers, let's get you those. Taylor 90.5, Drew Lock 17.5, Tracy 47.5, Singletary 20.5. I'll pass on all those.
All of that.
Touchdown scores: Taylor minus 210, Tracy plus 155, Pittman plus 170, Downs plus 185, Neighbors plus 220, Alec Pierce plus 320, Singletary 4-1, Wandell Robinson plus 550, Slayton 6-1, Grandson, whoever that is, plus 650, Adonai Mitchell plus 650. Then you drop off to the Mo Alley Coxes and Trey Sermons of the world. Flacco to score is 10-1. There's our man Amir Smith Marseille 26-1. I still don't think he has a catch.
I was about to say, when did that become our guy?
I brought him like 2 or 3 times as a long shot because he's such long odds and he has just the weird name, you know.
Yeah.
All right, 2 touchdowns. Taylor, Dave mentioned he grabbed him. How can you blame him? I got him on my 2 touchdown ticket actually, plus 280. One of my tickets that's working right now. I'll post that up here in a second. Tyrone Tracy 12-1, Pittman 14-1, Downs 14-1, Neighbors 20-1. Alec Pierce, good enough for touchdown madness, 30-1. Devin Singletary 36-1. Rondell Robinson 80-1. Slayton 85-1. All right, so touchdown madness right now. If we have Jalen Tolbert for 2 and Alec Pierce for 2, a simple $2 pays $4,400 on those 2 guys alone. How about that? I like the Colts blowout. Give me the alt line on the Colts. Give me their team total to get into the 30s at a nice plus price. I'll take Flacco for 3 touchdown passes at over 4-1. And I'll take the Alex Pierce receiver numbers as well, Dave. Anything else for you here?
Nope. I think it's it's going to get ugly, I think.
All right, this is a game that you look at it from the outside, you're like, why do I even want to have anything to do with the Raiders and the Saints? Raiders minus 1.5 on the road at New Orleans, who got shut out, skunked on Monday Night Football in front of the whole nation rooting for the Packers against them. 37.5 is the total. Dave Del Grande says this Saints team will play with pride this week. And I kind of buy it. The Raiders are not a good team. That's the one thing you need to look at here. Ingredient number 1 for the Saints to win this game is the fact that the Raiders are not a good team themselves. All right? So that puts everything to me at a nice even wash. Now you got Spencer Rattler, who's not nearly the quarterback O'Connell is, I don't think. Okay? But a little bit of a run game with Kendre Miller, perhaps. Maybe the Saints get things rolling. Maybe they play with pride. The Raiders are already kind of halfway on vacation themselves. Yes, maybe Max Crosby will come in and kill Spencer Rattler. I get it. Maybe. But isn't there a scenario in your head where you see that the Saints just win this game? And actually, this is the game where everyone will be like, why did I bet on the Raiders? After they lose like 24-7 or something like that. So I don't expect this to be a higher scoring game. I expect it to be a lower scoring game. But maybe sneakily over if these teams, maybe Bowers gets going, maybe Juwan Johnson gets going. And there's going to be, I'll tell you what, there's going to be some low hanger good numbers on this one. I'll just get your quick thoughts on that, Dave. I mean, ugly game, but
Oh yeah.
is there some trickiness to this where we can really profit?
So I think there's two guys that you need to look at. Well, maybe three. You mentioned Juwan Jennings.
Yeah.
But you need to look probably
Juwan
here.
Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah. You need to look at probably Brock Bowers on a stinky team, but he's a really good player. And then Keandre Miller, you mentioned for the Saints. I think you played those guys as props over anything else. You know, just kind of probably the two better guys on their respective teams on the field. You got to figure the offense is going to go through them, or at least try to. So, Steve, I think it's really a two-horse prop here, where everything else is not really exciting. You know, yeah, the Raiders aren't a good team, but neither are the Saints, really. So this game is, man, this is a stink fest here in my mind. Just give me the two guys. I do have Brock Bowers for 2. Pretty good number for him on that, Steve.
All right, let's take a look at all the numbers here. Passing prop, Radler's 181.5. O'Connell's 230.5, so maybe a little higher than people would think for O'Connell. 3 touchdowns for O'Connell, 6-1. 3 for Radler is at plus 1,200. He's not a very good quarterback.
No.
The passing touchdowns, Radler for 1 minus 188. O'Connell for 2 is at plus 146. And here are your low hanger numbers. I got to take a shot on Keandre Miller over 10.5. Put him to that 25 mark with Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, and you could really have a nice little running back ticket cooking with some good prices there. Foster Moreau's 21.5. He's a guy I think you could bet over this week. Dante Pettis is 18.5. Kevin Austin Jr., 23.5. Valdez Scantling, 33.5. Juwan Johnson, just 24.5. Michael Mayer, 13.5. That's low for him. Amir Abdullah, 18.5. Madison, 13.5. Trey Tucker, Anthony Lakes, 27.5. Brock Bowers, 71.5. And my man Jacoby Myers is at 60.5. Michael Mayer for 25 yards is plus 245 for him. Juwan Johnson for 40 yards is at plus 250. 50 yards is at plus 440 for Juwan Johnson. Pettis is an interesting one too, to be honest. 40 yards for him is at plus 350. Foster Moreau, 40 yards for him is at 3-1. 40 yards is not a lot at the end of the day, people. Brock Bowers receptions, he doesn't get the plus money until 8 catches, but he gets 8 catches every time. Brock Bowers for 10 catches is at plus 370. If you think he's going to do all of that, which he can very easily, for sure. 10 catches is a layup, baby, for him still. Let's see, rushing numbers. Keandre Miller is going to be the main guy, right? 48.5. Alexander Madison, 44.5. Amir Abdullah, 28.5. Spencer Radler, 18.5. And then the touchdown props. Madison plus 135. Miller plus 180. Bowers 2-1. Myers 210. Trey Tucker 3-1. Amir Abdullah 3-1. Jamal Williams plus 390. Jordan Mims 4-1. Valdez Scantling plus 470. Radler 5-1. Juwan Johnson plus 550. I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world, man.
No, not at all.
Here, let me just mark him down for my tight end slots. He's really the one tight end who's kind of sticking out. I wanted to make a case for Ferguson a little bit earlier as well. Ferguson for a touchdown is kind of sneaky in that Cowboys game.
Right.
Let's see here. Pettis 6-1. Foster Moreau 8-1. There's Clyde Edwards-Helaire 11-1. If you think he can get involved. 2 touchdowns. And we'll come up with a mad one for this probably. Bowers at 2 touchdowns of 19-1 is not the worst thing in the world. Let's just throw that on there, right?
Yeah, that's a high-priced maybe ringer, if you will.
Yeah. Bowers 19-1. Kendre Miller 14-1. Alexander Madison 10-1. Jacoby Myers 19-1. Amir Abdullah 30-1. Trey Tucker 30-1. Valdez Scantling 55-1. Mims 47-1. Jamal Williams 38-1. Radler 70-1. Dante Pettis 75-1. Michael Mayer 85-1 for 2 touchdowns. Juwan Johnson 90-1 for 2 touchdowns. Foster Moreau 110-1 for 2 touchdowns. I'm going to have to look at some Foster Moreau stuff myself here. In that Pierce Mingo kind of random type of ticket I'll have going for wide receivers. All right. I think you said it, Dave, for a ringer like Brock Bowers, 19-1 is amazing. So let's throw him in this ticket. And now this $2 pays $90,000. If it's Bowers for 2, Alec Pierce for 2, Jalen Tolbert for 2. And we're going to build on that. Touchdown madness style. Next game, Jets and the Bills. Weather perhaps. As this total is dropping, it's now 45.5, 9.5 for the Bills as the favorite. What do we get out of the Jets? A Jets team was trying to really play the little engine that could, playing feistier, though they beat the Jaguars, have a little momentum, and then the Rams come in and completely shut them down last week. How will they respond on the road in Buffalo? Buffalo, a team that, well, for all intents and purposes, if they just win today, they'll lock up the 2 seed. They can take next week off, get a nice little break. So I expect a big effort out of the Bills today, at least early on. I don't know what we get out of the Jets. Probably not much. This is probably a steamroll job at the end of the day. Probably will kick myself for not taking more Bills stuff. Maybe I will load up on the Bills here when I sit down after the show. But I'll throw James Cook on a ticket. I'll tell you that for a touchdown or 2.
Oh, yeah.
So James Cook for a touchdown is minus 120. Allen is minus 110. I got to think they want to keep Allen healthy. We don't need you to run the ball and all over the Jets today. You know, that's the way he plays.
Yeah.
But you got to figure they're telling him in his ear, you know, it's okay. Just don't get hurt before the playoffs. Devontae Adams plus 135. He's been as good as anybody, really. But everyone knows that at this point.
Right.
They know where the ball's going. That's why I think Breece Hall is kind of sneaky at plus 165 today. I would look at Breece Hall for a touchdown and some of his yards. We'll get to his numbers in a minute. Shakir plus 210. Garrett Wilson has been complaining. He's on my fantasy bench now, plus 240. Keon Coleman plus 260. I kind of like him today. Amari Cooper is plus 280. Kincaid 3-1. Dawson Knox plus 370. Kincaid for a touchdown at 3-1 is a great price. Curtis Samuels plus 420. Mac Hollins can certainly score in garbage time or regular time. Curtis Samuel as well. So good numbers on them. Ray Davis plus 480 is a good garbage time number. Ty Johnson 7-1 is a good number for him. So I think the Bills roll here. I could see the Bills winning this 34-17, something like that. I don't think they care about weather. I think that will affect the Jets more than anything. And I could see the guys getting off here. Let's see. Receiving prop numbers. Let's start with the passer props first. Josh Allen, 212.5. I kind of like that over, actually. Let him throw the ball. Just let him throw the ball. Hopefully his hand's okay. And then get up big. And then let the running game with the backup running backs. James Cook get a, pass interference in the end zone. James Cook touchdown.
Right. Yep.
Backup running backs getting involved in the second half with a backup quarterback, even perhaps. If they are up 17 with 10 minutes left, it'd be interesting to see if they go to the backups.
I would imagine they would.
Just to get them a little bit extra break and get them out of there. We'll see. Teams have been bitten by that in the past, so the Bills will have that sort of mental test. They'll have to, know when enough is enough for themselves today. Josh Allen for 2 touchdowns is minus 106. The Jets, Aaron Rodgers over 1.5 touchdowns, plus 142. I mean, I could still get on board with Rodgers throwing for 2 touchdowns.
How about a Rodgers pick, maybe?
I think you could probably put that on the list. Is he a plus number?
It is minus 135.
Oh, interesting. All right, Josh Allen passing yards for 300 for him is at plus 680. Aaron Rodgers, again, weather could be an issue here, plus 550 for 300. Josh Allen for 3 touchdown passes is plus 370. I kind of like that. And then Aaron Rodgers for 3 touchdown passes, plus 540. Receiver-wise, Devontae Adams, 66.5. Garrett Wilson, 53.5. Shakir, 46.5. Kincaid, 34.5. Amari Cooper, 27.5. He'd be an interesting over on his yards, to be honest. Keon Coleman's an interesting one on his yards over. 26.5 for Keon Coleman for him today. Tyler Conklin got a lot of opportunities last week. He's just 22.5. James Cook is just 13.5. He will definitely get the ball dumped off to him. We've seen James Cook getting much more involved in the passing game. And then there's Lazard at 20.5. So a lot of low numbers still for some of these guys. I mean, you're telling me I could get like Amari Cooper, Keon Coleman, Breece Hall, James Cook, Conklin, all for about 26, 27 yards or under, you know? So just find 2 or 3 of those and stretch them to 50 yards and you'll get a good payout on the day. Let's see here. Rushing wise, Cook is 64.5. That could go over. Allen's 30.5. I would say that's an under. Watch him run for 100. Breece Hall, 53.5. Ray Davis, 24.5. I would look at Ray Davis alternate over rushing yards, to be honest.
Yeah, averaging 24.5.
So Ray Davis running yards would be something I'm interested in. And Breece Hall, like I said, Breece Hall on his receiver number, because he gets the ball passed today. Well, he's even money just about for 25 yards, but he's definitely capable of 40. And against this Buffalo team, he's very live for this. Get him out where he's in an open space and just let him go. Plus 260 for Breece Hall today. Let's see. Touchdown madness. Let's look at the 1 touchdowns first, and then we'll look at the 2 touchdowns. Actually, Dave, why don't you go ahead and give me your take here?
Yeah, Steve, I like the Bills to get it done there at home. You know, it's you said it perfectly. Or what are we going to get out of the Jets? You know, I have Devontae Adams listed as questionable. I'm sure he'll probably play, but at this point, you know, why risk further hurting yourself in a meaningless game for them? In fact, you'd think that you know, a loss would not be the worst thing for draft position here for the Jets. Steve, I like James Cook for 2. I have him on a 2 touchdown. I have Josh Allen on a separate ticket for 2 touchdowns. I could see him running 2 in against the Jets. Give me Breece Hall anytime. I do like that call. I think this is your kind of regular cast of characters. And then they get up, and then you look to you know, Ty Johnson or Ray Davis, somebody to get some chances there as well. But Steve, give me Cook, Allen, and Hall. I think those are your focal points here in this one.
I think we have an Anthony lurking around out there in this. I see a shadow, Dave. We either have a ghost or there's an Anthony out there lurking around.
There's an ant. Could be a ghost as well, though.
So it sounds like he'll probably be joining us shortly.
Right now, Megan's in the bathroom. I just came to pee.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't want to participate with us.
Maybe we'll get his Cliff Notes version here in a few minutes. Touchdown scores. Cook minus 120, Allen minus 110. We already do all this. Knox plus 380. No, I don't think we did. All right. Allen minus 110. Devontae Adams plus 135. Breece Hall plus 160. Shakir plus 220. Not bad. Garrett Wilson plus 230. Keon Coleman plus 270. Not bad. Amari Cooper plus 290. Kincaid, I actually like that one, plus 310. If the Bills get 4 touchdowns, you got to figure Kincaid's going to get one of them. Dawson Knox, plus 380 for the first touchdown scored, 20-1 for Anthony's sake. Curtis Samuel, plus 430. Mac Hollins, plus 430. Ray Davis, plus 460. Alan Lazard, 5-1. The Bills defense, 6-1. Conklin, plus 650 is a good number for him. Isaiah Davis, the counterfeiter of counterfeiters, is 10-1. He counterfeited Braylon Allen a couple weeks back when I went strong on Braylon Allen. Hopefully they both don't counterfeit our Breece Hall play today. 8-1 for Braylon Allen for a touchdown. And then 2 touchdown madness. We will get going here. But James Cook's 5-1. Josh Allen, 550. Devontae's 10-1. Breece Hall, 12-1. Shakir, 21-1. Garrett Wilson, 24-1. Keon Coleman, 28-1. Amari Cooper, 30-1. Kincaid, 33-1. Knox, 48-1. Samuel, 50-1. Mac Hollins at 50-1. Ray Davis for 50-1. I think, Dave.
What you think?
I think we take a couple guys from this game for 2 touchdown madness.
Okay.
So let's throw Breece Hall in as a ringer type of player. And then I can go any number of ways on the Bills. So we have Kincaid for 33-1. Keon Coleman, 28-1. Shakir, 21-1. I say we just take Kincaid.
All right.
33-1. So our 2 touchdown madness ticket. Breece Hall, Dalton Kincaid, Jalen Tolbert, Alex Pierce, Brock Bowers. I don't think you can parlay all 5 of these together. No, you cannot. It is way too much money that they will pay out. But let's start some smaller tickets as we go here. And I'll do 25-cent legs. And if we stop now, I mean, this is a big enough ticket, to be honest. Yeah, we can't do that one. All right. For a total investment of $4.50, we're going to win $481,000. These 5 players to get 2 touchdowns. Dalton Kincaid. Actually, we just need, all 5 of these would have to get it. But if 4 of these were to hit, then we are getting $220,000, to be honest. So Dalton Kincaid, Breece Hall, Brock Bowers, Alec Pierce, Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah, fire that up.
And that is officially fired. And then let me reboot it so we can add to it. All right. Any other thoughts on this one?
No, I think we've got that covered.
All right. 2 more games at the early 1 p.m. Eastern session, 10 o'clock Pacific. Jacksonville's -1.5. 37.5. Weather an issue here, perhaps. Dave, I'll get your first thoughts on this.
All right, Tennessee and Jacksonville, right?
Yep.
So first thoughts are not much for either of these guys, but I tell you what, I did take for 2 touchdowns. I'll go ahead and touch on that. I took Brian Thomas Jr. for the Jags on 1 ticket. He seems to be pretty much everything in their offense right now.
Yeah, my fantasy team would love that, so I can shove it up Anthony's ass today in the championship game.
And then our guy, Nick Westbrook-Akine, paying 40-1 for 2 touchdowns. You can kind of say the same thing about him, Steve. He's been a lot of their offense. He is emerged this season as quite the wideout. So I think he's going to get heavily involved. So I like both of them guys for 2. They're on 2 separate tickets. Other than that, Steve, I don't know. These are 2 teams in a very meaningless game, really. Again, you could kind of say for Jacksonville, it would almost be better to lose for the draft position. But, Steve, give me those guys for 2.
Nick Westbrook-Akine, 47-1 odds for 2 touchdowns. I think I can throw him on 2 touchdown madness. I'll get back to all these numbers in a minute. The passers, Mac Jones, 204.5. Mason Rudolph, 203.5. Over 1.5 for Mac Jones is plus 178. Over 1.5 for Mason Rudolph is at plus 154. 3 touchdowns for Mac Jones is plus 750. Now he's throwing a couple to Brian Thomas. I mean, the third's within the realm of things. Mason Rudolph for 3+ is at 6-1. Now we could get rain here, but it is still Florida and it's still warm. It's not like it's crazy cold. So maybe these guys just go out and have fun in the rain and say, screw it, let's let it rip. ETN receiving yards, 15.5 for Travis Etienne. Tajay Spears is 22.5. Brenton Strange, 27.5. Parker Washington, 34.5. Chigozium Okonkwo, 38.5. Calvin Ridley, 63.5. Brian Thomas Jr. is at 76.5. I would look at the Chigozium Okonkwo alternate yards over for him. He's going to be a nice payout today. Actually, his numbers kind of moved a lot. Actually, it was weird because they were he was like 4-1 for 50 yards a few days ago. He's down to plus 168. How about that? For plus 430 for Okonkwo, you need to get to 70 yards now. So his number has been on the move. Rushing prop wise in this game, let's see here. Bigsby's 47.5. ETN 37.5. Tajay Spears is at 61.5. And then the touchdown scores. Anthony, do you have me on in the background on a TV or something?
Oh, I think he's in here.
I'll be here in the feed. Yeah, go ahead and close the studio door. That's why I'm here. I got a little
Stand by.
Echo effect. We got it. We're good.
Fuck you, Dave.
All right, Todd.
Right back
I got
at
up
you,
for
man.
nothing. I got up for nothing. Unreal.
It's going to be SmackDown WWE in the Sports Lounge today. Me and my rival Ant-Man.
It's Championship Sunday in our fantasy. Me and Anthony are playing each other. We're off to
It's going to get ugly today.
Hot and heated start. Why Chase Brown
Fucking damn it.
doesn't get an end zone carry or a carry at the goal line. 2 out of the 3 plays right there. The one, I don't know how for the Bengals. All right, let's see. 2 touchdown scores in this game. And then good morning, Ant-Man. Thank you for joining in. We were talking Tennessee and Jacksonville. I'll get your take in a second. Tajay Spears, Brian Thomas Jr. are the favorites, plus 115, plus 130. Ridley's plus 180. ETN 2-1. Bigsby plus 210. Okonkwo plus 310. Nick Westbrook-Akine. You got to take him for an anytime touchdown. And I'm not really writing these guys down. That's where I'm going. Like
You 100% have to do that. Apparently, Mason Rudolph is actually better than Will Levis. And Calvin Ridley's been an actual number 1 receiver. Westbrook-Akine doesn't stop scoring. And by the way, since Pollard's out, Spears is on an absolute wrecking fire. So believe it or not, all of them. And yes, Steve, I heard what you said about Brian Thomas. He's good. I'm going to play him too.
I don't have Dave. Do you have Spears rushing alternate number
For
Tajay Spears?
Yes, I do. Where do you want it?
What's he for 25 and 40
for rushing yards?
Receiving.
Oh, receiving. Okay, let's get Tajay here
because that is one I like too. Like Anthony just mentioned.
All right, so you want 25 plus 110, 40s plus 280.
Okay. This game could be a sneaky over. It's just 37.5 today. It is in the rain. I do get it. But I'm not going to say this is going to be a 10-3 halftime game, which, you know what? It very well could be at the end of the day. 2 touchdown scores in this game. Yeah, Westbrook-Akine at over 3-1 odds is going to have to be on a ticket. 2 touchdown scores. We'll throw Akine in for touchdown madness. He's 47-1. Now down to 45-1 as we're moving live lines on the air. Thanks, guys. Can't you wait a few minutes for us to bet these? ETN is 17-1. Tajay Spears is plus 850. Thomas Jr. 10-1. Ridley 16-1. Okonkwo 32-1 is on a ticket somewhere. Bigsby 19-1. Tyler Boyd 45-1. Parker Washington 44-1. Strange 55-1. Reynolds 85-1. Dave, what are you thinking on this?
For the madness?
Just for the game in particular. Did I get your take overall?
Yeah, I like Akine. I have him for 2.
Oh, that's right. I mean, do you favor a side or a higher scoring game, lower scoring game?
I think we could see some. I think we could see some points here, actually. Believe it or not, between these two stinkies, I think the personnel is there. So maybe sometimes where you get these games where you think that this is going to kind of be a sucker. It has that written all over it. But the flip side to that coin is this actually could be a decent game anyway with some points. Ant-Man mentioned Spears. Brian Thomas Jr. heavily involved. He makes it look easy. You got Westbrook Akine. Ant-Man mentioned he just can't stop scoring. So there's some personnel here to at least make this somewhat of a fun game. So let's go with an over here, actually.
Anthony, do you have anything else to say on this game? It sounds like you think it's a green light for some of these guys.
Well, the only issue right now is Jacksonville's under a tornado watch. Other than that, no.
Yeah. So I guess the weather is bad. Hey, we said it. The weather was bad. We just didn't know that we could devastate the stadium.
Now, because Anthony just reported on the weather, the second we see the game, if we actually put it on, it's going to be bright, bright skies. It'll be perfect. But no, well, I'm going to give it the green light because this could be that stupid, weird, stinky game that could go over. And remember, it's Florida. So it could be a tornado watch today, and then a hurricane watch tomorrow, and then a hail watch the next day. So I don't care. I'm just going to fire it up.
All right. Let's see here. Let me recap just a couple of the other games we already did. But what are your favorite plays maybe in – we talked about the Saints-Raiders game, the Giants-Colts. We talked Eagles-Cowboys. And we've talked the Bills and the Jets.
Obviously, just to recap a little bit, with those games, Barkley's going for the record. So you got to fire him up in every, with every last ticket. No pun intended. Raiders and Saints. I'm all about Brock Bowers. Steve, didn't we drunkenly take Trey Tucker in one of our stupid stinky parlays?
Yeah, that was your idea. Yep. He's on our oddball, odd man touchdown ticket.
That was a terrible idea. Let's go with it. What else? All right, what are the other games?
Let's see. Colts, Flacco, can he have a big day? Let me just ask you that. Okay. And then,
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. Flacco's, he's just like Jameis Winston. He's fantastic when you don't have to rely on him. So right. I can see him throwing 3 touchdowns today.
Full green light for Buffalo and yellow light for the Jets.
Devontae Adams has caught Aaron Rodgers' 200th touchdown pass, 400th. Yeah. Let's go for 500.
Okay.
Because he has 499 right now.
All right, so you think the Jets are competitive. All right, so he needs that's a good angle. So Devontae Adams.
Yeah,
he's one touchdown.
Now, and I did see him as questionable. He is going to play, right?
He's playing. Trust me. He wants 500. I honestly feel like if Adams is not on the field, Aaron Rodgers is just going to take a knee.
Gotcha.
Like it's almost a guarantee that he's going to throw it to Adams every single time he possibly could.
I like Breece Hall in a sneaky way today. Is that not a good idea?
The thing is, this might be the last time Rodgers plays for the Jets. We don't know 100%. I just like this game to be this game could be a sneaky shootout. It really could. But to have Breece Hall score twice, that's not against anything.
There is weather issues in Buffalo, it looks like, as well up there. I'm not sure how bad that is. Maybe you can get a update on that here as we go. Okay, let's move forward. One last early slate game, and that's with Tampa Bay and Carolina. I like points in this one, guys. Weather should not be that bad in Tampa Bay, maybe a light rain, but kind of partly cloudy skies, patchy rain. I don't think anything crazy. And these two teams are naturally over teams anyway. I feel like every game in the NFC South at this point is going to be a shootout. All these teams play high-scoring games against each other. I don't think there's any reason why this game doesn't go over. It did the last time they played as well. 9.5 for the Buccaneers, 47.5 is the total. That's easy enough. Give me the over. I think Carolina can keep this competitive, but I would not bet the spread one way or the other. Passing props today. Let's see. Baker's 244.5. Bryce Young's 218.5. Baker for over 1.5 is minus 176. Bryce Young is plus 154. Baker for 3 touchdowns, which he does all the time, is at plus 330 or 230, which is a low number for him, but that's fine. Bryce Young for 3 touchdown passes, which he got there last week, is plus 560. And I think that's live. I think that's live again. He got there last week. He's literally, he is what the prototypical rookie should be. You kind of suck for a minute and you got to get over your lumps, have a little patience, maybe get benched a couple times. And then, you know what? You start to learn your way a little bit. So I think that's actually a good path instead of having the, there's the Jaden Daniels of the world who come out and are superstars right off the bat. But you got to have patience with some of these guys. And he's a textbook example of why you have to. 300 yards for Bryce Young is at plus 550. Mayfield, in a very impatient league, and especially with the quarterbacks, you got to preach patience. I think you really do. I get it. You must win today. Must win today. But it's good. It's good they didn't give up on him because there was talk of that as well. Baker Mayfield for 300 yards is at plus 310. The low hanger receivers. What do we got? Tommy Tremble, 15.5. Seems low to me, Anthony. I can see a Tommy Tremble, Juwan Johnson, tight end parlay in the future for me. Bucky Irving is 15.5. That's low. Rashad White, 15.5 that's low. Xavier Leggett, 32.5. That seems a little low. Jalen McMillan, 43.5. That seems low. Adam Thielen, 58.5. That seems low. Mike Evans, 85.5. That seems low. And Payne Durham is 25.5 in place of Cade Otton. That seems low as well. He did throw it to Durham last week. So I think this is a green light for everybody. Let's look at a couple of the random numbers. Bucky Irving is plus 210 for 25 yards. So we can throw him on our list with Barkley, Dowdle, Jonathan Taylor, Kendre Miller receivers for a nice big payout. Rashad White's paying the same thing, plus 210. They probably both get there. They usually do. Let's see. Leggett for 60 yards is plus 350. Jalen McMillan, if you've been a fan of his, 60 yards is at plus 190. Payne Durham for, remember, there's just the new Cade Otton. This stuff Cade Otton would do. 50 yards for him, plus 410. All right, so that's a good number. In fact, I like him better than I would Tremble. But for Tommy Tremble for one catch to get over that 15.5 yards, I mean, I don't know why you don't do that, to be honest. Does Tommy Tremble have a receiver alternate total over? You never see Tommy Tremble with a receiver alternate number over. Nah, nope, I don't on my list anyway. Rushing yards. Bucky's 85.5. That's too much. Rashad White's 35.5. Bryce Young, 17.5. Baker Mayfield's 15.5. You can definitely take both of those guys for their over rushers yards.
Steve, where would you want to take Tremble to?
What's he for 25?
Plus 140. For 40, he's plus 350. Average about 20.5.
Yeah, so he just needs to have this one. Here's the deal. It's a bad Buccaneer secondary who's banged up.
Right.
And they give up a ton of yards and points. I think both the quarterbacks are fair game running the ball again. Bryce Young is, I think he got there last week with 40. He's plus 630 for 40 yards today. 40 yards for Baker is at plus 820. Just those two guys to run for 40 is fair on a bet by itself. You're going to get a nice payout on those two. So look for that.
Steve, Bryce Young got 68 yards last week.
Yeah. Is this a green light to you, Anthony, this game?
Yeah, why not? What was my stupid nursery rhyme last night? Was it Little Bo Peep and Tremble? Yeah, that was it. Go Keith. Steve, I actually made you laugh that hard. He kept laughing as I laughed. Stop. Apparently, Go Keith and Little Bo Peep. Apparently, that rhymes.
Anthony needs to do a nursery rhyme of NFL players for sure, and market that to the NFL children's section. I'm sure there's one out there somewhere, right?
So apparently, what I did, Dave, is I made a bet to bet Go Keith. I don't even know what he is. He's just a white guy from Tampa Bay. That's all I know. I bet him and Tommy Tremble. But I think I don't even know what the odds are.
It's a Megan type of bet. Let's look at the touchdown score odds since you brought it up. Bucky Irving minus 155, Evans minus 120, Rashad White plus 125, McMillan plus 145, Payne Durham plus 220, Adam Thielen is at plus 220. Thielen's a great shot for a touchdown at plus 220 today. Blackshear plus 230, Jalen Coker plus 310, Leggett's plus 320, Boone plus 360, Mayfield plus 400, Tommy Tremble, as mentioned before, 7-1, and Keith, as mentioned before, 8 plus 850. Dave, what are your thoughts on this game?
Steve, I actually like this to be a higher scoring one. My first thought is the rushing prop for Baker. I love both of them, actually. Baker averaging 20.5. 25 plus for him is at plus 190. That's going to be enough for me. Bryce Young, kind of the same. He's averaging about 18. 25 plus is plus 160. 40 plus 425 for me. Either of those are going to be enough for me to sign up for that. And then you got to look with the injuries here with Sterling Shepard and Cade Otton there for the Bucs. So I think in the passing game, we're going to see a heavy dose, obviously of Mike Evans, minus 125 to score, 5-1 for 2. But I really like the rookie that they're high on in Tampa Bay and Jalen McMillan that you touched on. I think you can take his yards, which are going to be nice, plus 145 anytime and 10-1 for 2. So give me a nice dose besides the obvious of Mike Evans of a little bit of Baker scrambling and some Jalen McMillan yardage or any time, Steve.
Interesting. Okay.
And with Mike Evans, I believe he needs 182 yards to get the record.
He's as sure as anyone to get a touchdown today. Let's be honest.
Yeah. If you're gonna throw a bunch of random parlays, you gotta throw Evans, and he might as well throw the 100 yards into it and they're also going for the division. Because I believe if Tampa wins out, they get it, correct?
Yes, they have to win out because Atlanta does have the head-to-head advantage.
All right, so Tampa's in the lead right now, and they pretty much have to make sure. Wait, I forgot they benched Kirk Cousins, so I can't believe that. That's another story. But as long as Tampa wins out, they're good.
Oh, side note here also, I'll be keeping an eye on this one. Should the Buccaneers lose, that will clinch a playoff berth for Washington.
Dave, I don't really care about Washington, but I'm still happy for you.
Well, thank you, Ant. That means a
Of
lot.
course.
Let's see here. 2 touchdown scores for this game, and I think that's the right thing to do is go ahead and throw Mike Evans in as a ringer in this game, to be honest, on our touchdown madness ticket. So touchdown madness, what we have a ringer with Mike Evans, a ringer with Brock Bowers, who's 19-1 for 2 touchdowns, which is crazy. I gotta even say that. And then also longer shots with actually shorter shot with Breece Hall, 13-1, and all these guys pay long shot odds. Nick Westbrook-Akine for 2, Dalton Kincaid for 2, Alec Pierce for 2, Jalen Tolbert for 2. Jalen Tolbert, 100-1 for 2 touchdowns today for Dallas.
Steve, real quick, what's funny is you were just talking about Jalen Tolbert. One of my boys from back home just sent me an obscure 14 parlay touchdown scores. I'll send it to you guys.
Announce it on the air. Don't let the listeners and viewers be in suspense. What do you got?
All right, Chris Arjo, we appreciate what you just sent us. Jalen Tolbert, Devin Singletary, Jawan Johnson, and Dalton Kincaid. $1 pays $861. I'm putting 10 on it.
Dalton Kincaid, Jalen Tolbert, Devin Singletary, and who else?
And Jawan Johnson for the New Orleans Saints.
And Jawan Johnson.
Yep. Put that in the group.
Singletary's on the Giants, correct?
Yes, and I'm looking up to see if Tracy's going to play.
And Tolbert is now dropped to 90-1 odds. Thank you to this program and everybody betting him. All right, so I think Evans is fair game for 2 touchdown madness. Let's see. Any other numbers I want to throw at you? Yeah, there's a couple numbers. Then we got 4 games left. We are just before 11 a.m., actually. So 15, 20 more minutes. Thielen's 20-1. Great number. Rashad White, 9-1. Bucky's plus 350. He's always live for 2. Jalen McMillan, 11-1. Payne Durham, 19-1. You got to believe Evans is the target today. Black Shears, 22-1. Coker, 34-1. Leggett, 37-1. And Baker, 42-1. All right, anything else on this one, guys?
Nope.
Mike Evans all the way.
4 o'clock. I think we definitely have weather issues if this over-under is down to 32.5 now in Cleveland, which this could be rain, snow, and a mess. Dolphins and the Browns, minus 3.5, 32.5. All I know is I have the Miami Dolphins defense on my fantasy team, and they are an automatic insert on this game now. Since this over-under is down to 32.5, Anthony. So you're going to have to rely on DTR to get some points against my Miami defense against you today. I'm going to guess I'm going to be more in the 25 range after he turns it over to snow a couple of times. I'm not convinced it's snowing yet, but this total has dropped through the bottom here. Why do I somehow like the Dolphins to win this game convincingly in a game that they don't? Well, they're still technically, barely alive. And they are a warm weather team, but don't you see a scenario where Tyreek Hill is all bundled up in his little hoodie thing and he's still running for 2 touchdowns against Cleveland? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe not. Cleveland still has a decent defense at the end of the day. This is probably going to be a stay away just because if it is really, really bad weather, then, what can you possibly get accomplished here prop-wise? All the touchdown scores are off the board on this one right now, actually. Maybe you have them on the board, Dave.
I do, yep.
Wait, Steve. What were you bragging about when you with your opening line on this Cleveland game? What were you bragging about fantasy?
I got the Miami defense I can use.
And I really, does it really, let's see, Miami's defense. Hold on. So the defense that I just picked up and you didn't. There's a very awkward pause right now. Steve's freaking out, isn't he, Dave?
Wait a minute. Did I cut the Miami defense? Let's see. Oh, maybe I caught him last night drunk for someone else. Let's see.
Well, they're not on your team.
Oh, damn it.
Uh-oh.
Well, I decisively, this must have been a drunken maneuver last night. against the Laporta Potty here. Yeah, no, I got the Dolphins on my bench.
I know. I just wanted to see you sweat.
Oh, okay. All right. So you're just lying.
Anthony woke
See,
up
Dave,
with violence.
I wasn't as drunk as I thought.
Hey, Dave, in Steve's defense, when you get Trey McBrided on a Saturday night, it's hard to recover.
I understood.
Yeah, we got hit in the head. Yes, that's for sure. Yeah, Anthony, let me make this maneuver before I even forget. And there you go. Good luck with Dorian Thompson-Robinson. You know what? I'll say this. The Miami defense isn't exactly good.
No.
But they played okay against San Francisco. Maybe they play a little inspired today. The total says it all here, boys. Dave, what do you have for touchdown scores? Not numbers. I am off the board here.
Devon A-Chain, plus 130 anytime. Tyreek Hill, plus 200. Jerome Ford, plus 195. These are all anytime. Jerry Jeudy, plus 310. The Miami defense / special teams is at plus 340. Jonnu Smith, plus 370. The Browns defense paying all right at plus 390. You got Malik Washington, plus 380. Dorian Thompson, plus 450. Tyler Huntley, plus 400. Elijah Moore, plus 425. Jordan Atkins, plus 450. River Craycraft, plus 650. And then, the list goes on and on there. Jalen Wright, 20-1, might be kind of sneaky. Raheem Mostert, plus 750. You get down to the list at the bottom, these guys just never see the field, I feel like. So everything's up at the top, but even them, Steve, I am not crazy about.
All right. Passing wise, Thompson Robinson, 152.5. Oh, we have Tyler Huntley.
Yeah, I don't think Tua's playing.
Yeah, no Tua. Interesting. Yeah, 162.5 for Huntley. All right, yeah, well, that kills everything. Huntley's not a good quarterback. Achan, 62.5 for his rushing yards. Jerome Ford, 53.5. Thompson Robinson, 29.5. Huntley, 24.5. Mostert, 24.5. This is one of two games on in the late window. Wow. Receiving wise, Hill, 39.5. Achan, 26.5. Elijah Moore, 23.5. Jeudy, 41.5. Ford, 17.5. Atkins, 21.5. Anthony, any angles on this game from you?
I'm avoiding this game, honestly, because it's going to be windy. It's going to be rainy. It's Cleveland. There's a reason why they call it the mistake on the lake, because this game is going to be a mistake.
That's what they call it. That's a little northeastern Pennsylvania humor. Their Western PA humor there for you, Dave. Let's see here. Okay.
I mean, it's gonna. This isn't gonna be a shootout. It's gonna be a crappy game, and hopefully, I'm drunk enough to not watch it.
All right.
The only thing that I would consider is Dorian Thompson-Robinson's rushing yards, and at plus 360 for 50 yards, I'll consider.
Okay. A pass for me overall, Dave.
Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with this game. I would actually, if anything, I would almost side with Cleveland. The weather for Miami too much. Tyler Huntley, they don't have Tua. You see what they look like without Tua. This game could be the absolute stink bowl of the day. And if I could find it, which I'm sure it's somewhere, I would play this game to tie. That's how bad this one's going to be.
I think it's a full green light here, although both defenses, Green Bay plus 12 on turnovers for the season, Minnesota plus 10. Both these defenses are stingy and nasty, but there's so much talent on the offensive side of the ball that this could still be a wrecking ball game prop-wise, because let's just face it, trying to cover Jefferson and Addison is the easiest thing to do anyway, and then trying to cover 4 or 5 receivers for Green Bay is not the easiest thing to do anyway, especially when you have guys like Jacobs and Aaron Jones running the ball still or catching the ball in the flats. So I think this is a full green light. I want this to see this as an over fun game. I would love to see this as a 34, 35 type of football game at the end of the day, 38-34, something like that. Even a 41-38 would be fun. So hopefully we get something like that. The Packers are the underdog, 1.5 here in Minnesota. The total 48.5. So I'll go over just for the fan standpoint alone, and I'll play this as a full green light for everyone involved here for me. The touchdowns, minus 150 for Jacobs, minus 135 for Jones, Jefferson plus 110, Addison plus 165, Dobbs plus 190, Jaden Reed 2-1, Hawkinson plus 210, my man Dontavia Wicks plus 230. Man, I didn't tell you guys, but I had him for 2 touchdowns Monday, and he got that first one. And then they threw him the second one. He was on a slant that he was gone, but I don't know if you saw it, but the linebacker tipped the ball before he could get the open stride waltz into the end zone. So a tip ball cost me a Wicks 2 touchdown straight up bet the other night. Kraft plus 220 for 1, Cam Akers plus 410. Darnold's 5-1, Minnesota defense 6-1, Green Bay defense 7-1. I guess Christian Watson's probably out, Anthony, right?
Still looking, but he hasn't been rolled out just yet.
Musgrave plus 750, Bo Melton plus 750, Jalen Naylor, nephew Dave loves him, the death 7-1, Josh Oliver plus 850, Jordan Love plus 750. 2 touchdown scorers in this game. And we'll fill out the madness ticket with 2 guys for this game, because how do you not? Josh Jacobs is plus 410, Aaron Jones plus 470. Justin Jefferson 8-1 goes on our 2 touchdown madness ticket. 13-1 for Addison. Dobbs is 16-1. Jaden Reed 16-1. Hawkinson 19-1. Tucker Kraft 21-1. We'll throw my man Dontavia Wicks on the other side of the touchdown madness ticket, 22-1. We'll give him another shot. Cam Akers 38-1. Darnold 70-1. Minnesota defense 75-1. Passing prop wise, Darnold's 261.5. Jordan Love 251.5. Over under 1.5 is minus 120 for Darnold, minus 146 for Love. Darnold for 300 yards is at plus 210. Jordan Love for 300 yards is at plus 270. Jordan Love for 3 passing touchdowns, plus 265. Darnold for 3 is at plus 310. I think all of those numbers are live in this game. The rushing props, Josh Jacobs, 72.5. Aaron Jones, 64.5. Cam Akers, 14.5. Darnold, 11.5. Jordan Love, 6.5. You've seen him starting to run just a little bit more too, Jordan Love. In a game against a tough Minnesota defense here. I mean, Jordan Love is definitely a threat to rush for over 6.5 yards, as he'll be forced to scramble. And then the receiving props, let's take a look at these. The low hangers are Naylor 8.5, 18.5 for Josh Jacobs, that seems low. He got 4 or 5 targets in a half a play last week. So I'll look at Josh Jacobs alternate over total. Tucker Kraft 34.5, Aaron Jones 21.5. I'll look for his alternate over total as well. I think you can play both of those guys up to 40. 42.5 for Hawkinson. Dobbs is 45.5. Jaden Reed 51.5. Addison 59.5. Justin Jefferson is at 88.5. I think that's too low as well. Rushing prop wise, Jacobs 72.5, Jones 64.5. Yeah, we already talked about that. Yeah, with Jordan Love. Okay, so receiving alternates real quick. I see Aaron Jones for 25 yards at plus 118. That's going to be good enough for me. Let's see here. Justin Jefferson, what is he for 125 today? Let's go ahead and ring it up. He is at plus 310 for 125, plus 710 for 150. Hawkinson, if you think this is a Hawkinson day, let's see, 60 yards for him is plus 235. If you're on Addison's train, 80 yards for him is plus 210. And then if we get a Jacobs alternate number, Dave, do you see a Josh Jacobs receiver number?
I
see his
thought
receptions.
I did. Josh Jacobs.
5 catches for Jacobs is plus 320. 4 catches plus 164. I see.
Where do you want it?
What's his yards for 40?
Plus 390, averaging 22.7, so about 23.
Yeah, okay. All right, full green light for me, boys. How do you not? Vikings, Packers. It's like one last Christmas gift under the Christmas tree late on a Sunday when nothing else is going on. Dave, I'll start with you first. What do you got?
Yeah, Steve, I think you covered it pretty well. I took Jalen Naylor 25-plus receiving yards. I think it was at like plus 340. That's only going to take 1 or 2 catches, which is probably about his usual anyway. I do like your angle there with Jordan Love having to scramble. Baseline over here was 5.5. So I went ahead and took that as well. But, I mean, it's a green light here essentially for everything. This, should be one of the better games of the day. So we'll see what happens here. Green light, a lot of fun, touchdown scores involved. This seems to be the usual here.
Anthony, what do you got?
What I'm looking at right now is the fact that Jaden Reed got 139 yards last time they faced off, and with more than likely Christian Watson's not going to play. And this is pretty much as much of a playoff game, even if it's a regular season. This is pretty much a playoff game. I like Jaden Reed the most in this one. I'm in a toss-up on which one I'm going to pair him with. It's going to be either Addison or Jefferson, and to be dead honest, even though Jefferson is arguably the best receiver in the game right now, Addison probably the best number 2 in the game. Am I wrong on that one?
No, not at all.
If this is going to be a shootout, if this is going to be an actual playoff game, the stars are going to come out. Give me Reed. And I know I have Jefferson in 2 of my leagues, but I think I'm going to pair Reed for 100, and I think I'm going to pair Addison for 100 and a score. So fire that little number up. See what we get from that.
Let's see.
As my voice is going.
I can't on my main ticket. I can do it on my phone. Let's see what we got. So Addison for 100 and a score, and who else?
Jaden Reed for 100 and a score. Just those 2.
All right. So the Jaden Reed and Jordan Addison, as my sister's in Las Vegas and she wants me to make bets for her. She's listening to the program. Like, she can't go to the casino and bet these, but she wants to do it through my book here. Addison and Reed, all right, locked in. And then this is the Anthony play that won last night with Mims and T. Higgins. So we're almost kind of forced to play this in a way. Jaden Reed for 100 yards.
61-1. 10 pays 610. And if you guys, I don't know if you guys have already done this or not, but there is a 25% boost. I just put 20 on it. It is now 76-1. 20 pays 1,500. If you use the 25% boost, and I just hit it.
Oh yeah, load it up here. Okay, 61-1 on that play. Reed and Addison for 100 yards each and a touchdown. All right, full green light, boys. I like it.
Yep.
I'm going to play everything. So have fun with this one out there, guys. If you want to do quarterbacks for 3 touchdown passing, go for it. To recap some of these, if the quarterbacks who can get just 2 over 1.5, don't look at the alternate number. Just do the over-under of their regular touchdowns, 1.5, because you're getting a better juice price on it. And for the day games, you can take both to get quarterbacks in the Vikings and the Packer game. You can take Baker Mayfield over 1.5. You can probably take Bryce Young over 1.5. You can take Josh Allen over 1.5. You can take Flacco over 1.5 as well. So those 6 together will pay a nice ticket for you at the end of the day as well. And in the same game, a nice 25% boost if you want to use that boost on that one. All right, the night game is Dave's Commanders and the Falcons. Dave, go ahead and give your state of the union of the Commanders.
The state is good. It's pretty simple. Just take care of business at home tonight. There's a reason that it was flexed into the primetime window. All you got to do is win and you're in. Let's not count on Tampa Bay to take care of business against Carolina. We've seen Carolina playing better. So let's just focus on, what we control, and that's this game versus Atlanta. I like the Atlanta quarterback, but, he is a rookie. It's prime time. It's a big game, so we'll see what he has for this moment. But as far as us, I think the State of the Union is good, Steve. We have, everything in front of us. It's been a good year. So let's just focus on tonight, get the W, and, heading to the playoffs. First year of a rebuild is really not too bad. We'd love to get in and win one, obviously, but we got to get there first. So let's worry about that and then build off of that. And, we'll see what happens tonight. But I like our chances there against Atlanta, Steve.
All right. I think that this is a game that the Commanders completely hold within their own destiny to clinch the playoff spot. And you know what? Maybe still even be alive for this division at the end of the day. If Dallas
it's possible
can pull the upset here. So I like the Commanders at home. I think this is one of the easier picks of the day. It is 2 rookie quarterbacks, but it isn't because Jaden Daniels has been playing all year. And Mr. Penix, I want to say Bo Nix, Mr. Michael Penix Jr. has not. Now, he's older. He's mature, Michael Penix Jr., and I think he'll be okay. I think this is just a bad spot for a dome team. They're not a playoff team to me at the end of the day. Tampa's the better team. So where Tampa can win today, Falcons lose, Tampa's right back in control of their own destiny. This is going to be a hard job for the Falcons on the road tonight in Washington. I love Robinson Jr. for a touchdown tonight. I think Terry McLaurin gets involved again as well. And I think this is a good game for the Commanders at home. Anthony, what do you like in this game?
I'm setting myself up to get laughed at, but they're calling for rain tonight.
Yeah, rain. Yep.
Well, I'm surprised Dave hasn't chimed in and started laughing.
I'm going to watch the game tonight just for that fact. Screw the football game. I'm watching for the rain, baby.
Oh yeah, we're only signing up for this game for the precipitation, huh? You know what? Let's put it this way: if it is going to be crappy weather, then give me both of the Robinsons from each team.
That makes sense.
I'll throw both of them in. Maybe both of them for 2. Bijan and Brian.
The double Robinson parlay.
Double Robinson.
Interesting. Let's see here. I can't do that quite yet. I need to
both for 2.
Get this touchdown madness ticket resolved. And I'll get to that in a half a second. But I like the Commanders at home, Dave. I mean, what are your best props or whatever you got for this?
Steve, I like the I like Terry to get involved. His prop, man, he goes over that so many times. He's averaging just about 70 a game. So if you go to that, it's plus 110. If you bump it up a little bit, which he's certainly capable of, plus 170 for 80. I think that's definitely a possibility. He is the man out there on the field. You just get him the ball, good things happen. Don't forget about Zacchaeus now. He scored twice last week.
Yep.
40 yards for him is at plus 120. I know that's not a huge number, but for him to get 40 yards, that's certainly he's capable of that. And then last week that we got surprised with was Jamison Crowder. If this is going to be the Crowder, Zacchaeus, and McLaurin is the lineup for the wideouts, I mean, I don't mind that. Give Crowder some love. 25 plus is at plus 105. If you go to 40, you get a nice number out of him, plus 265. If the weather is not too bad, I would look at these receivers, Steve, because there are some really achievable numbers here against that Atlanta defense. So I would go with the receivers. Your backup plan would obviously be the running backs. You'll be able to get good stuff with them as well. But Steve, I'm going to try these receivers first.
All right, let me wrap up 2 touchdown madness. I'm sorry, Anthony. What do you got?
Just my last take. You were talking about Zacchaeus and the crazy run he's on. Also, do not forget he played for Atlanta from 2019 to last year.
Oh wow, yeah, a Zacchaeus revenge game. Interesting. All right, 2 touchdown madness. We'll go as follows. We have all these players: Jalen Tolbert, Alec Pierce, Brock Bowers, Breece Hall, Dalton Kincaid, Nick Westbrook-Akine, Mike Evans, Justin Jefferson, Dontavian Wicks. All of these guys' lines have dropped in front of my eyes. It's insane. So I went ahead and did for the legs on those, just so we're clear. The 3-game parlay legs, I invested a total of $31.50 at 70 different wagers. So that's about 40 cents a leg, somewhere in there. And that grand total is $561,000 if they all hit. And then on the 2s, we can just hit 2 of these and win now. I invested $11.90. So that is roughly almost, 40 cents for two of the cast of characters here. And our average payout on that will be $250 maybe or so. So 2 hit, not the biggest payout in the world, but it's a little something, and you'll still be profitable by a couple $100. You really want to hit the 3. That's what you want to hit. 3, you'll average out about $7,000, $8,000. Yeah, $8,000 a hit. If we can get 3 of them, that's worth $8,000. So Jalen Tolbert, Alec Pierce, Brock Bowers, Breece Hall, Dalton Kincaid, Nick Westbrook-Akine, Mike Evans, Justin Jefferson, Dontavian Wicks. And now I need to figure out how to spend my sister's $20 on all this as well. I did do one shorter one, which is 5 of these guys: Kincaid, Breece Hall, Bowers, Pierce, and Tolbert. Kind of built it as we went along here. And let's see, anything else on that regard? The numbers for this game, and I'm trying to pull off a miracle here, I think, on the soccer bets. I got Crystal Palace. Go ahead, Dave. Can you read down the 2 touchdown props?
Yeah, we're looking for the Washington game still.
Yes.
All right.
As I'm having a hard time finding the my scores here this morning.
All right, 2 touchdowns. Robinson Jr. plus 550. Bijan plus 500. Terry McLaurin plus 600. Jaden Daniels 11-1. Drake London 13-1. Darnell Mooney is going to be 22-1, same as Tyler Algier. Zach Ertz is 30-1. That's a nice number there. Zacchaeus revenge number 40-1. I think that has to be played somewhere. Ray McLeod, he's at 35-1. Jamison Crowder 40-1. You maybe take a look at that. Kyle Pitts, he's going to be at 40-1 as well. Jeremy McNichols, 55-1. The Washington defense or special teams is at 45-1. Same with the Atlanta defense or special teams. Then you get down the list, Penix Jr., he's 75-1. KJ Osborne, 75-1. Chris Rodriguez Jr., 75-1. There's Luke McCaffrey. He's at 90-1. Should he somehow do it? John Bates is 110-1. And then you get down that list, and it's pretty long shots.
For passing, Penix Jr. 202.5, Daniels 221.5. Again, beware of weather. And then the receiver numbers for the yards: Crowder's 21.5, Zacchaeus 34.5, Robinson Jr. 13.5, Bijan 18.5. You gotta like Bijan in the receiving game. Kyle Pitts 22.5. Ray McLeod, 26.5. Ertz, 33.5. Kyle Pitts is like the well everyone keeps going back for. And it's always dry. It just always is dry. Let's go try it one more time. Nope, it's dry. 45.5 for Mooney. Drake London, 61.5. Scary Terry, 61.5. I can see Scary Terry catching the ball in full stride and seeing two Atlanta Falcons players slipping and sliding, and he's off to the races, to be honest. Bijan, 81.5 rush. Robinson, 63.5. Daniels, 48.5. Algier, 29.5. Penix Jr. is 9.5. Anthony, you said let's take a look at the Robinson and Robinson for two of those touchdowns each for those boys. Pays 35-1 from what I see. Okay. One more game tomorrow night. I don't know how you run Jahmyr Gibbs into the ground. You got to be careful. You need him for the playoffs. So I'm not sure the extent of how physical Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be in this game against the 49ers, a team who is lifeless at this point, and played horribly on the road. I don't know if Brock Purdy's the answer at quarterback. I'm more of a no Purdy guy than a yes Purdy guy. And you got to think it was just up until this point last year where he was being talked about as the MVP of the league. Man, his team really makes him look good. And when his team fell apart on him this year, he really fell apart. So I'm not sure what the Niners have in the tank against the Lions. They are banged up on defense themselves. I'll just look for Lions props on their receivers at the end of the day tomorrow night. And we'll tinker with some of those. I'll just take a look at a couple of things real quick. For the Lions, let's look at Goff on his passing, because I think he passes the ball. 250.5 is fine for him. Over 1.5 touchdowns is minus 192. And for 3 touchdowns passing for Goff is at plus 194. Again, I would just be afraid of Gibbs just because they can't get him hurt. They can't, or they're done.
Right.
St. Brown, 72.5 is probably a great number for tomorrow night. I would like that over. And I would look at Sam Laporta to have a big game over 44.5 as well. All right, guys, any thoughts on the Lions 49ers tomorrow night?
Not really. I mean, you pretty much covered every single basis. With Montgomery out and the Lions, all they have to do is just beat this team, and they got the number 1 seed. Well, not really. They still have to play Minnesota next week. But you're already down one of your best running backs. If you get Gibbs hurt, it's over. This team has just been dismantled by injuries. So I can see them, playing it safe. They already know that San Francisco doesn't have any motivation, and they're actually not a good team at all. And Brock Purdy stinks. So I can understand them. Get Gibbs in, get him for a touchdown, and spell him with Craig Reynolds. And that's who I'm going with. Yeah. What's his odds for 2? What's his odds for 2?
Craig Reynolds for 2 touchdowns tomorrow night it's not Sion Vaki. Craig Reynolds is 70-1. But if you take Sion Vacchi at the backup running back as well, Vacchi is for one touchdown 16-1.
Interesting.
So consider that as well. All right, boys, let's cue up the most popular sounder in all of sports, our 2 touchdown scores for this afternoon. We'll get our interceptor list together. We'll talk about our touchdown field goal games, our overtime game, our best bets all right now. 2 touchdowns first.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a red flag. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers.
All right, Dave, who are your 2 touchdowns?
All right, 2 touchdowns today. We're going to go with James Cook, Jonathan Taylor, Brock Bowers, Mike Evans, Brian Thomas Jr., and Rico Dowdle.
All right, Anthony, yours?
I'm actually building this one right now. I see the James Cook line, Dave, but guess what? Josh Allen's going for the MVP. And they're also going for the number 2 seed. All you have to do is beat the Jets today. So give me Josh Allen for 2. And I know Mike Evans is going to want that record as fast as humanly possible. So throw Mike Evans in there. And I agree with you, Dave. Jonathan Taylor. And as a round robin, I know the odds aren't the best, but guess what? Barkley's going for Dickerson's record. So throw me with Barkley for 2 as well.
And let me just it's great minds must think alike here, because I had 2 touchdown tickets. My other one is Josh Allen, Barkley, Taylor, Evans, and Akine as the long shot.
Akine.
Jesus God Almighty, Nick Westbrook. Akine. Who is this guy?
He's been killing it. I mean, it's been money in the bank if you bet with Nick Westbrook Akine with us all year long. 2 touchdown scores for me today. Let's see here. You guys stole most of my thunder, so let me give you some other random ones here. We talked about 2 touchdown madness. I mean, that's all the long shots there. Go ahead and give me Breece Hall for 2 in a sneaky kind of way today. Go ahead and give me Kendre Miller for 2 today. Go ahead and give me, because I'm going to kill Anthony in fantasy on this one, Brian Thomas Jr. for a couple of touchdowns today. Go ahead and I love the Mike Evans play, but just to switch things up, we'll take Bucky Irving for 2 today as well. You know what? How do you not take Justin Jefferson for 2 against the Packers? And on the flip side, you need a Packer. So I like the Jaden Reed call, but we'll just throw my man Wicks on there. And then, you know what? I've been getting 2 touchdowns all year long with Scary Terry. Why not again? Why not again? And I like St. Brown tomorrow night. Look out for St. Brown for 2 touchdowns on Monday Night Football. I think he can come out and shine in San Francisco tomorrow. Okay, Dave, who's on our interception list? Quarterbacks to throw an interception.
So far, we have Pickett, Locke, and Rodgers. So we need to find ourselves 2 more before we fire
Pickett,
that.
Locke, and Rodgers. Go ahead and throw on Dorian Thompson-Robinson on that list. Go ahead and throw Tyler Huntley on that list.
I was just about to say that, too.
And go ahead and throw Michael Penix Jr. on that list as well. I think I'll be fine with all that.
All right.
Boys, are games that can get a touchdown and the field goal by each team in each half today. What do you got, Dave?
So, I still need to build that one, but taking a look at it, let's go with Carolina and Tampa Bay. That should be a fun one. maybe the Packers and the Vikings there with those defenses helping out the field goal cause maybe. So we need to find ourselves, 2 more, Steve? So there's 2 for me. What do you think?
Go ahead and throw the Bills and the Jets on that list.
Bills and the Jets.
And then, you know what? Let's just throw the Titans and the Jags on there for the heck of it.
All right, yeah, I like that. I think that was 20-1 as well. Too.
Yeah, so that's a good long shot there for that. All right, Anthony, your game, that's going to go to overtime today. We've been doing pretty good at this, actually. We called Cincinnati yesterday. But what's your most likely game to go to overtime today?
The Saints game.
The Saints game?
Oh, I like that.
All right, this is actually a ticket we're going to draw up here. So the Saints to go to overtime. Will there be overtime? Yes, 13-1. Dave, your pick?
I'm going to go with the Dolphins and the Browns.
0-0.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Dave, I was looking up the correct score. I could not find 0-0 as the correct score. And I'm really upset because I would have put 10 on it.
Plus 1260 for the hey, no touchdown scorer in that game, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Look out for that one. We've had a couple of those as of lately. That's a legit one. Let's see. That's usually under game specials. Let's see if I can find that. It might be under scoring. Game specials for touchdowns. You got to dig for this one. No, it's not there. Total touchdown scored under 3.5. Under 3.5 touchdowns in that game's minus 146. Let's see. We get 0 or 1 touchdown at plus 550. Nah, we don't want that. Where is the no touchdown scored? Okay, well, we're getting off subject here. But look for that, people. You're going to have to look deep in your menus. Anthony or Dave, if you figure it out before we get off the air, just let me know if you're even looking. But overtime for Dolphins, Browns, overtime for Vegas and the Saints. And I'll go ahead and pick one. Let's go ahead and take Dallas and the Eagles to go to overtime.
I like that call as well.
And that back-to-back overtime weeks for the Eagles. Will this game go to overtime 16-1? All right. $5 pays $16,000 if these 3 games go to overtime. How about that?
I like it.
That's the Raiders, Saints, Dolphins, Browns, and Cowboys and the Eagles. And if we hit 2 of the 3, let's just do a round robin. We'll get $1,000. How about that? So 2 of the 3 pays out $1,000 if we get to overtime. And we'll do that's a total of a $20 bet to win $20,000. That's fun.
Fire away.
Fire away. All right, Anthony, your best bets for today.
Pretty much everything I just said. Yeah, all the 2 touchdown scores. I'm going against, unfortunately, I am going against an absolute juggernaut in guillotine. So if I lose because of these 3 guys, I'm taking it with me. Saquon, Jonathan Taylor, and Josh Jacobs, all for 2. That's one of my favorite bets. We already talked about Jaden Reed and Jordan Addison. I obviously told you guys all about Jalen Tolbert, Devin Singletary, Jawan Johnson. Tyron Tracy, by the way, is active. That's another reason why the odds are so high. And Dalton Kincaid. But just for my own amusement, because I do have 3 other returning people for my guillotine, and I know Kenny Pickett's the quarterback, and I highly doubt this is going to hit. Give me Devonta Smith for 2.
Dave, your best bets for today.
All right, best bets. We'll go with 25 rushing yards for Baker Mayfield, 25 for Bryce Young as well. Little QB rushing duel there. Jalen Naylor for 25 plus yards. What a great number for that. And over 5.5 rushing yards for Jordan Love, you got a nice little parlay there.
I'm going to take your 2 touchdown scorers, Anthony, with Josh Allen, Evans, Barkley, and Jonathan Taylor. I said that. Jonathan Taylor, Josh Allen, Barkley, and Evans. And I'm going to add in the same game James Cook with Allen, just in case it's Cook. So that's how I'm going to approach that ticket that you sent me. My best bets for today are this. Passing yards under for Pickett, for Cooper Rush, for Drew Lock. I think you can throw DTR on there, and I think you can throw Huntley on their passing yards under by themselves. And find some of these rainy games and take some unders, guys. All it takes is 5 or 6 on a $10 bet to get a nice payout. And I guarantee you a lot more unders come in than they do overs on these props. So if you just mix the rain in with them, you'll be in decent shape. But I'm going to look for Flacco for 3 touchdown passes today. I'm going to look for Allen to throw for over his yardage. If not, for 3 touchdowns. I'm going to look for Baker and Young to both have their rushing yards. And I'll look for Jordan Love to have his rushing yards as well. Running back receiver style, give me at least 25 yards for Barkley, Dowdle, Jonathan Taylor, Kendre Miller, Bucky Irving would be the list for those guys. Let's see. Let me get back to the main page. Anyone else on the running back slot? I would look for Jacobs and Aaron Jones as well in that regard. I think all those guys are live. Breece Hall, I would throw on that list as well. I just have a sneaky suspicion it's a Breece Hall day. So running back receive yards for all those guys, mix and match. Random wide receivers, look for their props on big paying yards. And that would be Mingo or touchdowns. Mingo for the Cowboys, Alec Pierce for the Colts, Foster Moreau for the Saints, Coleman. I think it's real sneaky for the Bills today. I think Amari Cooper is sneaky. I think Tyler Conklin is sneaky in that game. I think Tyler Boyd is a sneaky one potentially. And Devontae Adams, like Anthony said, he's got to be going for some sort of a record. So look for him for at least a touchdown. Tight ends are going to have an impact today. Trimble, Payne Durham, Juwan Johnson. Those 3 guys come to mind. Defensive touchdowns can happen by the Cowboys, Eagles, Vikings, or Packers. I'm convinced of that today. If there's another defensive touchdown, I think the Saints are maybe live. I think Washington's probably live in that regard as well. And anything in the snow, if it's a real bad game in the Cleveland or Miami game, both of those quarterbacks are bound to give the other team a touchdown as well. All right. And look for some backup garbage time, perhaps. If Ray Davis, if the Bills are up big, go ahead and fire in that Ray Davis live line bet for the second half for the Bills. All right, guys. That's it for 2024. How about that? Anthony, crazy, huh?
I mean, we still technically have week 18, which is always the most interesting.
But that will be in 2025. 2024 will no longer, it'll just be a history. It'll just be another year in the books.
Well, hey, in my defense, we're in a point where I don't know what day it is. I don't know what today is. I don't know what the date is. I have no idea. All I know is tomorrow is pretty much Friday because we're off. I'm off on Tuesday and Wednesday. I don't know what day it is.
Well, we're just 3 days away from New Year's and college football playoffs too coming up. So we'll be down to 4 teams by next weekend. All right, like you said, we had the Week 18 show to do. I think we have Saturday football again, don't we? Do we have Saturday football again?
I'd have to look. I think so.
Everything is to be determined for the time next week. They're going to wait until all the games end today. I think they'll shove some Saturday football down our throat, at least a game or two. So we'll come on Saturday. We'll do a little preview of that, and then we'll do the Sunday show, which, like Anthony said, that's always a hard one, and we'll see how interesting it gets. All right, looks like some weird games today, but I think there's value. There's going to be some crazy opportunities. Don't be shocked when it's Saints 56, Raiders 49 in the Superdome this afternoon. All right, we'll close it on out for 2024. Thank you guys for listening and being a part of this show in its third season. As we round out December, football will be in the books after today. Wow, and we're right on the playoffs. Plenty more to come with the round robin up through the Super Bowl. We look forward to being with you wherever you are in this world today. Good luck. Let's win some money. Have a fantastic day and be safe. What the Puck is Going On, airing tomorrow night, Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Deep End's coverage of the National Hockey League.
Hey, Steve, want to know something really funny?
I keep